the meeting with Mr. Killeran, and he relayed to me what he relayed to me about what Ms. Bradley had told administration. My assumption was that it was handled.
Okay. And this was when?
This was probably the same week.
So we're talking October, maybe towards the beginning of November, whatever, but October probably 2000.
It was just a few days before he told me.
And that was the end of your bond?
Correct. Until I believe it was that the defense filed a motion trying to compel my name and I'm sorry.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I misspoke anyway. The next thing that happened was that I got a message that Internal Affairs in Miramar wanted to take my statement.
Okay. And what did you do when you got that message?
I called Mr. Killeran. I said, I got a request to give a statement to Internal Affairs. Please ask Mr. Pryor if I'm permitted to do so. And I subsequently gave the statement to IA.
Okay. And then what happened next for your law?
I gave my statement to IA, and nothing really happened until the defense filed a motion. I believe it was the motion to compel my name for the investigation. And if I could refer to my notes.
That's going to help you refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Go ahead. Counselor, you want to restate your question? Refresh your recollection.
Sometime prior to November 18th, maybe a few days before, and I don't have the pleadings in front of me, I learned that there was a motion to compel my name. I revisited this conversation with Mr. Killeran. I'm like, well, what happened? And he didn't know. I'm like, talk to administration. What happened with that? And I'm kind of a pest, so I kind of kept on it. And then there was a hearing on September 15th of 2023, and I saw Ms. Bradley announce on the record that the IA investigation had been closed.
You know it had been closed?
I did not know. Again, I gave my statement, and I was kind of done. So I was out of it.
Okay. And when you heard that, what did that cause you to do?
I kept bringing it up to Mr. Killeran, and I was a pest about it. Like, is there a notice? I kept checking on safes like 100 times to see if a notice had been filed, because we did have a meeting after it was closed, again, with Mr. Pryor, Mr. Killeran, and myself. Ms. Falk wasn't present at that meeting. And during that meeting, I really feel like this needs to be disclosed. And Mr. Pryor agreed with me.
Stay.
You wrote that it needed to be disclosed?
Yes.
Okay. And this is after you got the word that the IA had completed sometime in July 2023. So this puts us
Stay. Counsel, just ask a question, all right?
When was this?
This was on the meeting was on the 18th. It was on the 18th of September 2023.
Okay.
I had began at that before then, kind of looking into it.
No question, Penny. Ask your next question.
Meeting. Did you do anything before that?
I learned that a video was pulled from BSO and given to Internal Affairs, and I learned that Ms. Bradley called Internal Affairs.
Sustain.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you what Ms. Bradley is.
Okay.
So you learned that. What did you do next?
Well, that's when I started bringing it up again. I started bringing up, what's going on with this case? What's going on with, who knows about what happened with Detective Moretti?
And who were you bringing this up?
Mr. Killeran.
And were you getting answers, or did you not know?
he was trying.
You're staying.
I was asking Mr. Killoran.
Excuse me, I sustain the objection. Ask another question.
What else did you say to Mr. Killoran?
That I wanted to have another meeting with administration.
And was that arranged?
That was the meeting on September 18th, 2023.
And at that meeting, you said,
I said, this is what happened again. And I said, you were told this by Ms. Bradley back in October of 2022.
Excuse me, what's the objection?
here's what she's saying to Brady.
Thank you. Any objection noted? Overruled. You can proceed.
I reminded Mr. Pryor that this had happened, that she had explained that Moretti said it, but he was joking back in October of 2022. And at that point, we all agreed there was going to be a notice sent.
You reminded Mr. Pryor.
Yes. Not that he had forgotten. I was like, this is what was said. He said it, and Christine said he said it, but he was joking.
Okay. As far as this joking, obviously, you don't know exactly what was in the mind of Detective Moretti.
No, I do not.
But were there any overt signs that you saw of joking? He laughed, he chuckled, he winked, or anything? No. You took it as a true statement.
Correct.
So after this meeting, were you reminded Mr. Pryor of the meeting a year or so earlier? What happened then? As far as you remember?
There was a meeting between Mr. Pryor, Mr. Killoran, and Ms. Falk, where Christine was asked again.
Excuse me, were you present at the meeting?
I was not.
All right, so I don't want you to talk about what you did, what you're involved in. I don't want you to go forward with other things, all right?
Did something happen? Or did you do something after they had a meeting?
Mr. Killoran drafted a draft of a Brady notice after that meeting.
Did you see that?
I did it sent to me via email.
And what happened with that draft?
And perhaps was not filed.
Let me ask you this. Why would the head of the public corruptions unit be filing a Brady notice in this here? Can't see what was going on and why he was doing it. Also, here we go again. The issue of policy.
The objection sustained. Could we just have a clarification as to what date we're talking about, no counsel?
What date?
The draft,
Yes.
may I refer to my notes?
To refresh your recollection.
September 20th, 2023, Mr. Killoran sent me a draft of the proposed Brady notice that was to be signed by Christine Bradley with her name on it.
Okay. And what happened with that Brady?
Mr. Killoran delivered it to Ms. Bradley's secretary, Anna, and she was told to sign it and file it, and it was not.
She being Miss Bradley.
Correct.
Did Miss Bradley sign it?
No.
What happened with that?
Nothing happened with that notice. No notice was filed at that time.
What happened next?
The next thing that happened was that a Brady notice was filed. is, no, I'm sorry. The next thing that happened is Mr. Benjamin called me. And that was on Friday. May I refresh my recollection with my notes? 9/22/23.
Without going into what Mr. Benjamin said to you, what did you do in relation?
I asked for permission to speak with Mr. Benjamin. I sent a text message to Mr. Pryor and to Mr. Killeran. And then Mr. Killeran called me.
What they said. I was just saying to the judge, I don't want to know what you were advised by the administration, but as far as what you did or what happened next that you were involved with, you're more than welcome to answer the question.
Upon Mr. Killeran returning my phone call, I returned Mr. Benjamin's phone call, and I discussed with him what had happened on the October 12th statement and everything thereafter.
What did you tell Mr. Benjamin?
I told Mr. Benjamin about the incident on the 12th. I told Mr. Benjamin about the discussions related to whether Moretti said it was joking. I told Mr. Benjamin that Ms. Bradley had said to administration.
She is saying she told you.
Thank you. Objection, no, it's overruled. You can answer the question as what you said or did. Go ahead.
I told Mr. Benjamin that I had reported it to Mr. Killeran, that he had reported it to administration, that administration had called in Ms. Bradley, that Ms. Bradley said that Moretti said it, but he was joking. I told Mr. Benjamin that a motion to return the phone had been filed in November of 22 and heard in December or February of 23. That I told him that I saw the hearing where the IA investigation had been closed. I told him that a video had been pulled and discussions had been had with internal affairs, with Ms. Bradley and Sergeant Brady Parker that I heard, and that I don't know for a fact. I told him that administration brought Ms. Bradley in again and asked her again.
It's a way around where you have your thing, like being allowed to. It's the same. You're not running it, they have this time. But listening to these objections, and I've done my best to abide by these court's rulings, I think I have. But we're losing track of where we're going. The bottom line of this is through our motions, we are not only accusing Ms. Bradley of needing to be recused, but the entire state attorney's office needs to be recused. And part of that is to show institutional prejudice or institutional action. So the things that you have not permitted us to go into as to what the administration do or whatnot, that goes directly to whether or not we have the administration, the state attorney's office, actively involved in suppressing this information or turning a blind eye on it to allow Ms. Bradley to get away with Brady violations and violations of my client's 14th Amendment rights and 6th Amendment rights. And we're losing sight of that. We have the right to go into what did administration know? What did they say? When did they know it? When did they say it? Or what did they do? That's the only way that we can show institutional prejudice.
Thank you. Counsel, the objection was pending as to what she advised in this conversation with your co-counsel, Mr. Benjamin, and that objection is overruled. Proceed.
between me and Mr. Killeran. I explained to him that I had spoken to Mr. Killeran about whether a notice had been sent. I explained that I had spoken to our appellate division, that that you wanted to depose me, and that we had further discussed whether this needed to be disclosed. I explained that Mr. Pryor and Ms. Falk summoned Ms. Bradley to come into their office. They, with Mr. Killeran and Mr. Pryor, specifically asked her again, who told you that Moretti was joking?
Outside four corners of the motion they filed in New York is completely insufficient. The hearing, I was hearing ends, and they need to file that state this line. Their legislation is totally insufficient. It doesn't meet any requirements necessary to use law. They want to file an amended motion, so say it's not ambushed, and then continue the hearing that properly. Totally not properly ambushed.
Counsel, my understanding is that the state attorney's office allowed Ms. Cruz to give a deposition. She was deposed on those matters, and it was discussed. There's no claim of privilege or well product or anything like that, because she's testified it, and the way I understood the deposition, she testified it with the knowledge and consent of the administration that she was permitted to do that. So your objection noted is overruled. Counsel, you may proceed.
I was just finishing up with what else you would have told Mr. Bench.
So I went through my notes, basically.
Mr. Trackman, I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know if you're a witness in this case, but they've asked to have the rule of sequestration imposed. I don't know if you're a witness. If you are, you need to step outside.
We will not be calling.
My understanding was, Your Honor, that I was not listed as a witness.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think I had a question that you have to answer, not a question, but
So I basically went through the sequence of events with Mr. Benjamin. So the last thing I was telling you is that Mr. Pryor asked Mr. Benjamin.
Excuse me, I don't want to know what Mr. Pryor asked Mr. Benjamin unless this is
I
part of the conversation that you advise Mr. Benjamin.
I told Mr. Benjamin that upon hearing what was going on, they resummoned Christine into the office and asked her again, who told you that Moretti said he was joking? And she said Moretti did. And then I told Mr. Benjamin that later that day, that was at the time that, and I might be getting my dates mixed up, but that Christine sent a text message to Ms. Falk that stated that she never said.
Objections, no, it's over. Proceed.
She never said that it was Moretti, and I didn't see the text message, but I told him that she said that it was Burrell that said it.
okay, so if I'm understanding, you're telling Mr. Benjamin that originally she said it was Detective Moretti said it was a joke, and then she later on changed it with Deputy Burrell that said it was a joke.
Yes, I told Mr. Benjamin that she told administration and Mr. Killeran that it was Detective Moretti in September of 23. I told Mr. Benjamin that back in October of 22, she told administration that it was Moretti and that he was joking. I told Mr. Benjamin that my statement to IA included that Ms. Bradley had said that it was Moretti and he was joking to my administration. After that, I don't think anything had happened after the conversation with Mr. Benjamin. The next thing that happened was that I received the Brady notice that Mr. Benjamin sent me on the 24th of September of 23.
Okay, are we up to where Mr. Deputy Burrell is mentioned?
That's the first Brady notice that I received that Mr. Benjamin forwarded to me on Sunday, the 24th of September, 2023.
see what you have in your hand.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
I think you were telling me that Mr. Benjamin sent you something.
Yes, he sent me an email on Sunday morning that included a copy of the Brady notice that had been filed.
What day was that for you?
It was September 23rd, 2023.
This picture,
Yes,
you said that Mr. Benjamin sent you an email along with an attachment,
correct,
and that was on the morning of this morning.
correct.
And with that attachment was a copy of a Brady notice.
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as defense exhibit G. Right there.
I recognize this.
You do. What do you recognize this as?
It's a notice pursuant to Rule 3.220B4, signed by Christine Bradley on the 23rd of September, 2023.
Is that a copy of what Mr. Benjamin sent you?
I had to read it. Correct. This is what Mr. Benjamin sent me. Yes, it is.
Rather, this time I'd like to have this moved into evidence as defense exhibit 1.
Any objection? Want to give the clerk the note to mark it? Want to give it to the clerk to mark it?
This reserves in defense exhibit 1. If you look at it, it states the undersigned spoke with Detective Brady.
What's the objection? These are, they are, objection on sustained, counsel, we don't need to publish that, I've read it, I've got a copy of it. Proceed, next question.
Your Honor, then full respect to the court, can I assume that every exhibit that we have filed is now going to be considered as part of the record for this motion?
Whatever's admitted will be part of the record.
Well,
So far you've admitted, if I understand one, is that correct?
right, but you're saying that you reviewed other stuff, and that's
No, I've reviewed the notices. All I'm saying is I've reviewed the brief.
okay. I can still ask the question related.
Sure you can. I just didn't want you to read the whole notice.
No, I'm reading the last line of it, actually. Okay. It says here, the undersigned spoke with Detective Brady in regards to this incident, and Detective Brady said he asked Deputy Worrell if Deputy Worrell was there when the phone was seized. Deputy Worrell responded something to the effect of, I can be if you need me to be. Did that occur?
No, it did not.
And as far as Detective Brady asking if Deputy Worrell was there when the phone was seized, the room that you said was small enough that you would know that he was there or not, correct?
I can't testify as to what Detective Brady knew, but it would, in my opinion, it would be impossible not to know if somebody was in that room.
We would expect the lead investigator on the first-degree murder case to be able to see who's in the room at 6 months.
Don't argue with the witness, counsel. Counsel sustained. Don't argue with the witness.
Okay, so Mr. Mr. Benjamin, did you talk about this after?
I responded to Mr. Benjamin and explained that that was not accurate. I actually blind copied Mr. Pryor, Ms. Falk, and Mr. Killeran on that email. And I reiterated what I told him during that conversation.
Okay. And you copied them.
I did.
Did they respond to you?
No.
Saying what they responded to?
They didn't.
What happened next in the story you were following?
Can I look at my notes to refresh my recollection?
There were refresh your recollection she made.
I asked Mr. Killeran Monday morning, the 25th, or Tuesday morning, I think the 25th was on.
It was a Saturday.
It was.
22nd, you said it was Friday, so that's why I get the 23rd was Saturday.
So I might be mixing up my dates. Maybe the 24th is when Mr. Benjamin sent me the email.
Every Sunday.
Okay, so he sent it to me on a Sunday, but Monday was a holiday, I believe, that Monday. Maybe it wasn't. I don't remember. I know the next thing that did was the beginning of that next week. I asked Mr. Killeran, what is this and why was this filed? Because no one had responded me to this Brady notice.
The one that we just walked in there.
Yes,
And you asked what this was.
yes. And I requested the emails that went back and forth that resulted in that Brady notice from the night of the 22nd of September 2023. I requested on email.
Did you get that?
I did.
And did that explain to you how this notice went out?
The emails that I reviewed were directions that that should not be filed because it was inaccurate.
That's no longer testifying versus what
Objection sustained.
What happened next?
I'm refreshing my recollection again. I received a call on 9/26/23 from Mr. Pryor.
And relating to this incident,
Correct.
what did you do in relation to that call? Did you meet with somebody?
No, I did. He just called me.
And you spoke about this without going into what
Correct.
said. This was discussed with Mr. Crawford.
That's correct.
What happened then?
They asked me to join a meeting with them at 3:30 p.m. on September 26th of 23.
Did you go to that meeting?
I did.
What did you say at that meeting?
We just discussed that there was going to be a new Brady notice.
Sustained.
That's what you said. If you don't remember what you said, then
I asked if a new Brady notice was going to go out to correct the one that was sent out on the 24th or the 23rd of September.
I'm sorry, I'm not. That's your motion.
So I wanted there to be a correction to the Brady notice that was sent out by Ms. Bradley on the 23rd or the 24th of September.
That is what you would.
Yes.
And I would predict.
They requested another meeting on the 27th of 2023 at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Were you there?
I was.
Without going into what other people said, did you say anything?
Yes, I did. I suggested that Miss Bradley probably shouldn't be calling me a liar in this situation because I had learned that she had done that the day before in front of a group of people in the office.
She said you were lying.
Yes.
Anything else that you said then?
I mean, other than there was a Brady notice in between that time. So there was a new Brady notice. We discussed that.
Is that the one that Mr. Killer was there?
Yes, that was on the 26th of September, 2023.
I'm going to have to drive you crazy today because because you said that on the 27th, whatever it was, you had a meeting, and in between that time, there had been another Brady notice.
Correct.
Did you ever see that Brady?
I did.
And who signed that Brady?
Mr. Killeran.
Let me show you what has been marked as evidence exhibit of identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize?
I recognize this. It's a Brady notice, amended notice pursuant to Rule 3.220B4, signed by Mr. Killeran.
And is it an exact copy of what you've seen previously?
It is.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Present the report, please. Go, Mark.
Now, in this notice, in addition to the last paragraph, say the lead ASA assigned to this matter relayed to SAO administrators that she spoke with Detective Moretti in regards to this incident, and Detective Moretti explained that his statement to Deputy Gorell was a joke. The lead ASA subsequently filed a Brady notice with the court on September 23rd, 2023, which stated that Detective Moretti told her that Detective Moretti asked Deputy Gorell if Deputy Gorell was there when the phone was seized, and Deputy Gorell responded something to the effect of, "I can be if you need me to be." Again, that did not occur. Yes, you were.
Council, can you restate the date on that Brady notice, please?
Brady notice is the 26th of September 2023.
Proceed.
Then the last part of that says, additionally, the lead ASA relayed to a state attorney office administrator that the deputy was the one trying to defund. Was Deputy Gorell trying to defund?
No.
Did he even hear him say anything that?
No.
Do you know if Deputy Gorell was ever contacted?
I don't know.
Would it be up to Ms. Bradley to contact Deputy Gorell?
I don't believe so. He's not a witness on her case.
Okay, so if she went out and she contacted Deputy Gorell to appear with Detective Moretti, that would not be office policy for her to hear on it.
I don't really.
Clearly, what's the question? What's the objection? Sustained.
As a homicide prosecutor, would it be a homicide prosecutor's job to speak with a witness that deals with a
would have normally contacted Detective or Deputy Gorell to see if,
Yes, is that normal?
I can't say that that's normal or not normal. I mean, that's a different crime, different investigation.
What happened next?
You took my deposition on Friday last week.
Did another Brady notice come out?
Oh, yes, I apologize. So the next thing that happened was that during that deposition that you took of me last Friday, you showed me a copy of the Brady notice that was filed on the 28th. I hadn't seen that prior to our deposition.
Okay. Were you expecting another Brady notice to be filed?
I was,
Why is that?
because that's what I was told that was going to happen.
And
Against the wishes of administration.
Mistake.
let me show you what is marked as the defense stage. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
It's a copy of a second amended notice pursuant to Rule 3.220 before signed by Ms. Bradley on the 28th day of September 2023.
And that had been presented to you prior to your deposition.
No, you presented it to me during my deposition, or Mr. Benjamin did. Somebody presented it to me during my deposition.
And the testimony in your deposition reflects some of the things that are in this document.
Correct.
I'd like to move this ahead.
Look at that, I'm sorry. It's admitted.
Which will be marked as in this the last part. It says the undersigned inaccurately relayed to the state attorney SAO administrators that she spoke with Detective Moretti regarding this incident, and that Detective Moretti explained that his statement to Deputy Burrell was a joke, when she intended to relay that which is contained in the Brady notice filed on September 23rd, 2023. Additionally, the undersigned relayed to a state attorney administrator that the deputy was the one trying to be fired. Is this accurate? That's Brady notice, as far as what you know facts.
No. But I don't see that as a fact notice. It's her saying she accidentally said something.
Saying so, Moretti saying it was a joke or not saying it was a joke or whatever. How many times did you hear her say that she spoke to Detective Moretti?
Did I personally hear her say?
Yeah.
I didn't ever hear her personally say that.
That was all through administration.
It was all through administration and through Mr. Killeren's Brady notice, and I heard it through Chris Killeren and Mr. Pryor, and that's how I heard it. I haven't spoken to Ms. Bradley about this case since October of 2022.
Did you do anything else in this case after you gave us the deposition?
No.
All right, 2 seconds.
Yes.
You said that there were emails that were going back and forth in the office starting in July of 2020, October 2022, dealing with Decision Brady.
I don't know if there were emails that went back and forth between administration and Chris. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have been included on those emails. There were emails that went on over the last month or so related to this issue, but I don't know what was sent back and forth.
How about text messages?
Not with me. I wasn't part of any of those text messages if they existed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Very well.
You said that the investigation that you're working on, with their was separate from murder.
That's not what I testified to. It was supposed to be, but that's not how it turned out.
But was that evidence of murder? Or murder? Evidence of murder coming out of that investigation? Just the investigation of the investigation of why it searched itself.
So I think that I'm not understanding your question. I'm not trying to be evasive.
Restate your question.
The investigation for we're working on.
The tampering of Miss King, okay?
Part of the murder case, or was it separate?
Well, it would have been a separate charge because Miss King isn't a suspect or being accused of the homicide case, but the evidence itself could have been admitted if she and Mr. Demons had been tampered, if that's how Ms. Bradley had decided to try her case. It depends on the circumstances. That's a strategic decision, and I wouldn't be able to answer that question. If something came out of that deposition or that statement that somehow was describing that Miss King and Mr. Demons had paid one of the witnesses or something, I would assume it would be part of the murder trial to show that they were tampering and consciousness of guilt. But that again is, I'm not very familiar with all the facts and circumstances of the actual homicide, so I can't really answer that question. But I think I said that it was a separate crime. Is that what you're referring to? That's not what I was talking about when I said that.
I've been reading so much, but it's also verified. Mention this very clearly. It's a transcript statement that
I spoke to Mr. Trackman at the time. I don't remember everything I told him. I told him about the deputy not being in the room and that I thought that was an issue. I apologized to him for how everything went down. I don't know if I told him what Moretti's statement was because I had reported that to administration and to Chris. but I wanted to make sure he understood where I stood on the service of the search warrant. But I did speak with him. It must have been the same day, maybe the next day, but if this was back in October of 22. So I know that the first thing was to report it to my supervisors. The next thing was for me to report it to the attorney that I was working with that had his client's phone seized at the time. So that's correct.
Excuse. Thank you. You may sit down your shoes.
Thank you.
It's now 12 o'clock. We'll see everybody back at, let's say, 1:15. All right. Thank you. Have a nice one.
May I be excused for the day, Your Honor?
Thank you.
Longer than you guys anticipated it to be. Recording stopped. Gary.
Okay, folks, court's over. At 1:15.
Hey y'all, I was just eavesdropping. Law and Crime ain't shit. Law and Crime will let the audio play so you can hear a little slick shit talking in the background. Shout out to y'all, man. I had just got off work, man. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate y'all dropping in and rocking with us. Hey, so let's give a brief summary of what this whole hearing is about and what happened. So for those who might need a little brushing up on the significance of this hearing and what we're witnessing here. Before the trial even started, when Moretti was conducting his investigation, he served Jamie King, Melly's mom, a warrant for her cell phone. She went to I don't know where she was at. I don't know if she was at the DA's office or if she was at a police precinct or whatever. But wherever she went where the police was at. And she was supposed to be giving a statement to this lady right here who's on the stand. And Moretti was there. Moretti surprisingly served her with a search warrant to get her phone. She didn't know that was going to go on. The lady didn't even know that was going to go on. Moretti served her with the search warrant and allegedly, forcibly took her phone from her, right? Moretti is a Miramar homicide detective. Where they were when this went down was in Broward County, but it wasn't in Miramar. Now, Miramar is in Broward County, but Moretti does not have jurisdiction to serve a warrant to someone outside of Miramar. Now, if he does have to serve a warrant outside of Miramar, he needs a sheriff with him from that county where the warrant is being served. He did not have one there. There was one in the precinct, but he was not in the room. So once Moretti served her the warrant and took the phone, he then said to the sheriff, hey, if anybody asks you, you was in the room when I did this. The lady who on the stand who works for the DA's office heard this. She immediately went and reported this. Because she understood that this was a Brady violation, and she did not want to be associated with the Brady violation because it is a serious violation. It can result in criminal convictions being overturned, and she would have been guilty by association. So what she did was hit that like button, y'all. So what she did was she immediately documented it, and she immediately divulged what happened to her superiors, to internal affairs. She took notes, and she took notes on the process as it was going on. Moretti, and she also told Christine Bradley of the violation. She told Christine Bradley that she did not want to work with Moretti anymore because he do shady things. So she relayed it to Christine Bradley, and Christine Bradley then, was supposed to file the Brady violation, and what they were supposed to do was they were supposed to divulge the violation to the defense because it was favorable to the defense. The prosecution cannot withhold any evidence that could exonerate, overturn, or be favorable to the defense. So the lady said that they drafted up the Brady violation, but it never was filed. Not initially. It wasn't filed. She documented all of this from the start. Like, this lady fucking thorough, dog. This lady thorough as hell. She got the dates. She got the phone calls. She got who she talked to. She got when she talked to him. She got when nothing happened. She got it all down pat. You feel what I'm saying? And she told it all. She told it all. And kudos to her, man. I mean, real talk, kudos to her. At least somebody in the DA's office is doing stuff the right way. So what happened was Christine Bradley and them didn't want to divulge this to the defense because they knew that this could possibly get the case thrown out. It would call into question Moretti's credibility. You see what I'm saying? You're lying. You're doing shady things in order to obtain evidence, and he is the lead detective in this case. This whole case centers around evidence that Moretti gathered. You see what I'm saying? So if he's tainted, then what they call it, fruit from a poison tree, the whole case could possibly be tainted. We don't know if he planted DNA on the door handle. We don't know if he planted shell casings at the murder scene. We don't know what he could have possibly done if he done did this. This is the significance of what Moretti done and what they're covering up in the Brady violations. Not saying he did any of that, but the possibility of him doing any of these things is there, being that we have incident where he did violate this man's rights, serve a search warrant illegally. The phone most likely is not admissible because you obtained it illegally by not having a sheriff there when you served the warrant. That's illegal search and seizure all day long. And this happened before the first trial. So if Melly's attorneys would have been digging in the right place before the first trial started, this could have been brought up before the first trial or during the first trial. You see what I'm saying? And kudos to these new attorneys because they earning their money. They looking under rocks that the first team didn't look under. And this is what's gonna happen. Now, to add insult to injury, they were supposed to be going, well, they're going over, they're discussing the violation and the significance of the violation because Melly's attorneys file a motion to dismiss all the charges on the grounds of the Brady violation. So what they're now seeing is if the judge gonna dismiss the case, is he gonna how he gonna rule in the Brady violation situation. Now to add insult to injury, Christine Bradley was supposed to be in court today, and she ghosted the whole proceedings. The judge was upset. The judge asked them where she at, why she ain't there. It's absurd that she's not there. He took a recess, told them you need to go call her, you need to go find her to bring her motherfucking ass in this courtroom, because he is livid that being how this is so significant to the case that today on all days she would decide to not to show up. And we all could speculate and assume and take an educated guess why she ain't show up, because she don't want to answer these questions, because she would have to lie or tell the truth. And if she tell the truth, then then we gonna know the extent of the cover-up. And if she lied, then it's gonna make the whole case even that much weaker, and possibly more chance that Melly would get this case dismissed, because you got the state attorney lying in court or telling the truth. No matter what she would have said today, it would have been damning to the prosecution's case, because if you admit that y'all covered this up, that's damning. If you lie, that's damning. So what she did is she just ghosted the whole proceedings. Christine Bradley, man, listen, I'm telling y'all this. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Y'all know here on this channel, me personally, I'm for the victims. I'm for the families getting justice. Rest in heaven the sack chaser, rest in heaven the juvie, long live sack chaser, long live juvie. I still feel that way. I'm a father, and I love kids, and I understand that this somebody's child. They lost their children. You know what I'm saying? And I'm on their side. But I'm gonna say this, dog. I just got to keep it real. Y'all know I got to keep it a buck. I got to keep it a bean. With this, I'm leaning more towards this case get thrown out, because how can you prosecute him now? How can you prosecute him now, being that the lead lead detective who this case revolves around, who gathered all the evidence, who's supposed to be credible? We now have a state attorney who's on the stand testifying that she witnessed the detective violate Melly's rights, Melly's mama rights. Then after that, cover it up, asked another officer to lie and say he was present. Then when she told Christine Bradley, her superiors, internal affairs, and the DA's office, they all covered it up. They all did not divulge this to the defense, therefore violating the Melly's rights and making a Brady violation. How can you prosecute him now? How can you? How can you? We can't act like nobody saw this. How can you call Moretti to the stand and ask him to give a testimony on the evidence, the case, and all of that, when he's now tainted? He's now proven, because we have a state attorney who's willing to get on the stand and testify that she's seen him do illegal stuff in this case. How can you prosecute Melly now? And on top of that, you got the Christine Bradley and all the state attorneys in that office involved in the cover-up. How can you prosecute him now? I don't see it. I don't see it. I do not see it. Like, it's no, I mean, you know, they railroad people every day, but you can't railroad him, because He's high profile. He's a celebrity, and he got high power lawyers, and he done dropped that bag, and the world is watching. They can railroad me and you and Joe and Ray Ray and Pookie and all of, you know what I'm saying, all of the drug boys and people from the hood, you know what I'm saying? But they can't railroad him, they can railroad him a little bit, and they tried at the beginning, but not this blatantly. It's no way around this, in my opinion. It's no way around this. It's no way around this, because if Moretti gets on the stand, Melly's attorneys are going to bring this up in front of the jury. They're going to bring this up in front of the jury. It's no way this does not come in front of the jury, because Moretti is going to have to get on the stand and give his testimony to the evidence and whatever of the case. And he's going to be able to be impeached on the stand, because we have a factual situation in this case. It would be bad enough if it was on another case, if they could bring up some shit that he did illegally to another defendant in a previous case in the past, but they got shit that they can bring up on him in this case. How we know you ain't plant bullet shells? How we know you ain't plant DNA evidence? You see what I'm saying? How do we know? Hit that like button, guys. Hit that like button. I appreciate y'all. Subscribe to the channel, man. But how do we know? Listen, y'all. I told y'all know my feelings and how I stand. But I just, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I'm just a regular person like y'all. That's why I love to have to be able to converse with you guys. And I love you guys' opinions, and I love to hear y'all guys' different opinions on certain situations surrounding this case. And that's just really what I do it for. And I enjoy the be able to do this with you guys. But in my opinion, I don't see how they could convict him with what we seeing today. You got the lead attorney ghosting the court, yo. She's ghosting the court because she doesn't want to face these questions. This is bad. Like Kanye West say, this is bad, real bad, Michael Jackson. And let's take it a little step further. Let's go on and connect the tampering charges. So now we can assume that the tampering charges are a retaliation to Melly's attorneys filing a motion to dismiss this whole case on the Brady violation. You see what I'm saying? This is what this is about. You see what I'm saying? They trying to make Melly look worse, so that because they got caught with their hand in the cooking jar. And I'm not saying Melly and Portland didn't do what they allegedly did. Yeah, okay, yeah. But you're supposed to be above that. You're supposed to be justice. You're supposed to be what's right. And you're doing it's worse when you do it, because you're supposed to be honorable, clean. Melly is a criminal. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, it's somewhat expected, of a criminal to do a little, especially when they fight for their freedom. But you're supposed to be justice, lady justice. Look what you're doing in front of everybody, in front of the world. And this is happening on Judge Murphy's watch. I'm sure that it's political gears behind the scenes that trying to get Melly convicted. I wouldn't be surprised if the governor Ron DeSantis ain't made a couple phone calls and told him you better convict that N-word. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure it's pressure on the mayor of Miramar, the city council people of Miramar, the sheriff of Miramar, the DA's office of Miramar. And I'm sure it's pressure on Judge Murphy too, because he's an elected official as well. He don't want to fumble this case as well. Because if he don't do a good job, he possibly won't even get reelected. He's an elected official. You see what I'm saying? Can you imagine the citizens of Miramar reelecting him when he let a double murderer off? These people elect you to protect them in their community. The sheriff as well. And the DAs, they all elected officials. So you let this criminal loose again in our midst? You sent the message that you can come to Miramar and double murder your friends and get away with it? This, and you gonna try to run for re-election? So all of these people have this pressure on them. But other than that, the judge also got a duty and pressure to deliver justice correctly, because that also can bode bad for him. You see what I'm saying? He's a judge. So he got it on two sides. He got political pressure and he got the judicial system pressure. The judge know Melly guilty. The judge feel Melly guilty. The judge done seen all the evidence. The judge seen the evidence before the trial started. But it ain't up to the judge. It's up to the jury to convict Melly. But when it comes to situations like this and hearings, the judge, now it's up to the judge. The judge has the power to dismiss this case, to deem this violation credible or not credible. And me personally, if I'm the judge, I'm picking the lesser of two evils. I'm dismissing this case because I can't risk my career, my future on and prosecute this man being that so many violations and such egregious violations have happened. That's my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I understand, and that would save him, and that would somewhat save him in the court of public opinion with the voters, possibly, because it's already bad. It's already bad for him. But I think it would save him somewhat, and people will understand. His hands tied, really, and it ain't his fault. It's the police department's fault, and it's the DA's fault. They fumbled this case so bad and did so many wrong things on top of wrong things on top of wrong things on top of wrong things. To his hands is damn near tied. I'm interested to see what he chooses to do, whether he gonna dismiss this Brady violation and go ahead and prosecute Melly. If he does, then to me, it will signify that it's a lot of political pressure on him to prosecute Melly. You see what I'm saying? So much so to where he bowing down to the political pressure. Like I say, the people behind the closed doors that's telling him you better get this goddamn conviction. I'm talking about like his bosses, and I don't mean his bosses, but I mean like Ron DeSantis and people of that ilk. You know what I'm saying? The mayor and shit like that. If he dismiss it, then I think he would be doing really what's right. And really, I think he'll be choosing to not to be a kin and a party to this railroading. Cause this is that's what this is. That's what this is. Like if they prosecute him now and just disregard the lead detective violating his rights, you're railroading the man now. You're railroading the man now. Like, God damn, like, I mean, like, you gotta do it. You gotta do it right, dog. I mean, more right than wrong. Like, you know, they do all kind of shady shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying they don't. And they were doing some shady shit before this shit. Like Christine Bradley, when the judge told her not to read Felicia Holmes' statement in front of the jury, and she did it anyway. And then in the first trial, and then Melly, attorneys, the black guy got up there and asked for a mistrial. That's the very first mistrial he asked for. It's because Christine Bradley told the statement that Felicia Holmes said, and the judge told her not to say that statement. And she kept on questioning Felicia Holmes. And then she said, Miss Holmes, did you say da-da-da-da? And that was it. She did it after he repeatedly, after sidebar, after sidebar, after sidebar. And she still did it, like telling the judge, fuck you. And the black dude got up there and asked for a mistrial. Now the judge didn't grant the mistrial, but I'm just showing you the way that they've been pretty much saying, fuck everybody, we're gonna do what we want to do in prosecuting this man. She knew that it was a Brady violation. She knew the significance of the Brady violation, but she chose to cover it up because she did not want the defense to know about the Brady violation, because it definitely was going to jeopardize the case. Now, being that she covered it up, she made it worse, because not only will the Brady violation jeopardize the case, the cover-up will double the chances of the case being dismissed. You see how when you do wrong shit, it just adds up, adds up, adds up, adds up. You just make it worse. You're just digging a hole for yourself, digging a hole for yourself. Me personally, I think she should be fired. I wasn't impressed with her ass from the opening statement. None of us was. We was frying her ass on this channel. I think she should be fired. And I think I hate to say it because I'm on the side of the victims, man. But I also been somebody that's been in there fighting for my freedom. You know what I'm saying? And I'm torn. But I don't agree. I don't agree with law enforcement, the DA, the state attorneys doing illegal shit, underhanded shit to prosecute anybody. I can't go with that, bro. I can't go with that. I can't side with that, bro. What would I be saying if I say that, oh yeah, man, fuck that, she can violate right, fries ass, even though I feel like he's guilty. No, man, I ain't going that far, dog. I ain't going that far. I ain't going that far on the dark side. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. No. You ain't gonna get me. You ain't gonna get me over there with the Emperor and Darth Vader. No, no. I'm on the side of right, dog. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. Melly wrong as hell too, but they done wronged him too. So two wrongs don't make a right. So, and they supposed to be the right side. So how can you prosecute it? They fumbled it. They fumbled this case. Shout out to Ashley. Ashley says she a Cowboys fan. This is the biggest fumble she ever seen. I agree. This is the biggest fumble I ever seen. I'm almost 80 to 90% sure that this case gonna get dismissed. I could be wrong. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. And again, I know I'm on the side of the victims and the family, and but I just don't see how they can get past this and just have a normal trial. Like Moretti ain't lied. Like Moretti ain't did nothing illegal in this case. Like Melly's rights haven't been violated by the state. Not by just Christine Bradley, by the sheriff department and by the whole DA's office of Miramar. Can you imagine if Melly get convicted on this case, the outrage that will happen? And they will have credible, factual reasons to be outraged. Can you imagine when his lawyers, these high-powered ass lawyers, appeal this shit up to the Florida Supreme Court, and they have a fucking state attorney as a witness against the other state attorneys and the lead detective? You ain't no way, Florida. I mean, maybe I ain't no attorney now, but I just don't see no Florida Supreme Court sending this man to death or life in prison when we have factual situations where the state attorney, the lead detective, violated his rights. The witness to the violation of rights is a fucking state attorney. Know what I'm saying? Now, yeah, I'm with you on that. Okay, so Monday, maybe the feds need to pick it up. You know what I'm saying? If the feds pick it up and the feds, but see, hold on. They still gonna have to go off of Moretti's investigation. Like the only way I see the feds being able to get secure a conviction and shit like that is if they do their own investigation without Moretti. And that's not possible because Moretti is the one who gathered all this evidence. So any of the evidence that the Fed, in the case, 6 years old. So any, and not only that, the police department that investigated this crime is Moretti's police department. They got Moretti asking another officer to say that he was in the room if anybody asked him when the warrant was served. So how do we know? So, and you got the state attorneys involved in it. So how do we know that the whole police department ain't corrupt? That means any other evidence that they collected, the cell phones, the shell casings, the DNA off the door handle, everything except them goddamn videotapes. That's the only thing that we know for a fact came from the studio, and we seen Melly get in the what's the name. But any of that other shit, how do we know it's not tainted? And the feds would have to use that evidence because that's who gathered the evidence. The Moretti's police precinct. Any evidence that the feds would have to go over would be from them. Know what I'm saying? It's crazy, yo. I'm gonna read some of y'all comments. Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button. Shout out, don't even worry about it. Let me read y'all comments. I'm gonna go back a little bit because I've been going off on a little tangent. KL1K said the judge dismisses the case. Can the state try Melly again, or is that double jeopardy? I think if he dismissed the case, they can try him again. But I think if they dismiss the case with prejudice, I think they can't. I'm not, but don't quote me on that. I ain't no attorney. I'm gonna say this. I don't know. That's my answer, really, KL1K. I don't know. Mondo say too much money spent. This going to continue. Might possibly. Again, I could see that. I could be wronger than a motherfucker, but this is big. Don't even worry about it. Say Santos don't allow the judge to dismiss, or won't allow the judge to dismiss this because too much money being made by the you know who. True. We gonna listen. I know it's some pressure on this to keep this case going. Hit that like button, y'all. Please hit the like button, man. Please hit the like button, man. Please hit the like button. You know I'm rocking with y'all, man. You know I'm rocking with y'all. Show me y'all rock with me. Just hit that like button. This is interesting in a motherfucker. Matter of fact, man, hit that like button, y'all. We got like 70 people up here. We got like 30 likes, man. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Like my boy Music 101 say, it's free. Do it for me. Know what I'm saying? Ashley say, right, too much money spent, too much money, somebody gone. I hear y'all. Shout out Dre 6100. He said Melly still get out on appeal if that happens. That's what I'm saying. I see he got a lot of grounds for an appeal, bro. And he famous, and he got high power attorneys. We watching what that money do. This is what that money do. When I was shout out to who that was that said that, he like, boy, this is where that money get you. I swear I was thinking of the same thing maybe 2 minutes before he saw whoever said that in the chat, man. Bro, this is what that money do, bro. And I'm gonna take it a step further than this. Most of the time when people be arrested or charged with a crime, most of the time the police do things that they should not do. The difference is we don't know our rights, and we don't know what they shouldn't be doing. We know some of the stuff, but we don't know it to a T. And Also, I'm gonna take it a step further than this. The police sometimes don't even know when they violate our rights. The police do not know the law like we give them credit for. They know the law better than us, most of us, but they don't know the law backwards and forwards, and they violate our rights all the time. And if we don't have sufficient counsel, aka what their money do, a lot of us get convicted. This is what happens, y'all. This is what happens. But you know, if you have competent counsel and you have that money to attain competent counsel, this a lot of times people could come out from under the charges, even if they call a lot of times damn near red-handed, because the police did things that they shouldn't do, and those things could constitute a dismissal or overturn of conviction, or not even being charged at all. I'm gonna show you the proof in the pudding. Melly had a great legal team the first trial. We thought that. I think if we take a poll of the public, I think more people, majority people, would say that Melly's legal team was sufficient the first go round. That black dude, the little angry man, and Scary Sherry over there, they did a better job than the state attorney and Christine Bradley. I think most people would agree with that. Now check this out. He got a new lawyer. He got some of the old team. He still got Miss Liberty. He still got the little angry man that looked like Danny DeVito. But he also got like 2 or 3 new lawyers, right? Look at what the new lawyers did. The new lawyers went and looked under rocks that the first legal team didn't even look under, because this Brady violation happened before the first trial even started. So if Melly's legal team, the first legal team, would have looked under this rock, they would have been able to do the same thing that these new couple attorneys that he added to the team have done. So you see, so you see how different attorneys could help you, even though he had great legal representation the first trial. He got some different attorneys now. I ain't gonna even say I ain't gonna go as far as to say they better, but I'm gonna say they better for him right now, because they dug under the rock that Christine Bradley didn't want them to dig under. And voila, here we go. Here we are. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna drop the link, y'all. If y'all want to pull up and share y'all opinion instead of typing, y'all welcome to. You know what I'm saying? Because this is big. This is big. Everybody welcome to come up, man. Y'all welcome to come up. You know what I mean? Because this is big. Shout out to Anonymous One. Go subscribe to my boy channel. What's up with Nate? Shout out to Nate Said It. Shout out to M Rose. Shout out to Slime Baby. Shout out to Mr. 36. What up, Dre?
What's going on, bro?
What's up? Shout out to Yo. Let me get them shots out real quick, then we'll get into it. Shout out to Munda. Shout out to Shite. Glad to see you back, Shite. Shout out to Janaisha. Appreciate you. Shout out to WZ. Was it the great? Shout out to UG. Shout out to Pierre Wavy. Shout out to Slime Baby. Shout out, don't even worry about it. Shout out to Audio Crack 22. Shout out to Pooh Black. Shout out to Deputy Euler. Shout out to Mr. Clean Anthony. Shout out to K. Who else? I'm giving y'all shots out. Shout out to M Rose. I might say some of y'all names twice, but hey, y'all get 2 shots out. Shout out to Zen. Shout out to Raw Nature, my boy from Estonia. Who else? Shout out to Pennywise. Shout out to Harmony T. Shout out to T Sweezy. Y'all shots out. Shout out to KL1K. Shout out to Chicks 1000, aka the Chick 1K. Shout out to SLK, something like Cloud TV, Inglewood. Shout out to FL Traffic. Shout out to Trigger Man, tell him God damn me. Shout out to Music 101. Shout out to Mickey Truth. Shout out to Unspoken Crime, Miss Unspoken Crime Murders. My boy got 2 channels. Go subscribe to his channel. Shout out to Nephew for real. Shout out to Flyboy Michael Foe. Who else? I'm just trying to get y'all shots out. I like to get them shots out while everything in the heat of everything, so they can hear their own. Hear their name. A lot of people might log off before I do the shots out if I do them at the end. So, all right. What's up, Dre?
Yeah, what's going on, bro? I just wanted to come up here and just clear a couple things up. For one, they wouldn't be able to retry him because of the Brady rule violation.
Okay.
If they do come to a Brady rule violation, they wouldn't be able to retry him because all the evidence that Moretti has compiled in this case will be, like how you were saying, fruit of the poisonous tree, and they wouldn't be able to reuse that evidence again. Without being able to use all that evidence, they can't build another case against. You get what I'm saying? Like, they won't be able to reuse. They won't be able to use that evidence again because it's already considered to be dirty. And then for two, I see people saying about the witness tampering is different than the Melly murder case, but it isn't, because the witness tampering came from this double murder case. So that's why it's all a part of. That's why it all falls in the same thing, because even though the witness tampering technically is different charges from the actual double murder case, it stems from the double murder case. So that's why it all falls it falls within the same realm of evidence, and why it still can get the double murder case thrown out.
Right. Shout out to Anthony R. I agree. Well, let's just tackle the elephant in the room. Do you think the judge is going to dismiss this case?
I mean, to be real with you, bro, after the way that Miss Bradley had to be forced to come to the courtroom, and after just hearing her testify and all the stuff that the state wouldn't allow her to actually put into her testimony today, I think he ain't have no choice but to, bro, because it's a lot of stuff that the state wouldn't allow her to say, because it would have definitely compelled to what the defense was saying. So I think in all, he's gonna have to. He's either gonna have to dismiss the case, or he's gonna have to take Christine Bradley off the case and take Moretti off the case. Which once he does that, if he takes Moretti off the case, then all the evidence that he compiled is basically the same thing as if he dismissed the case. So, inevitably, he's gonna have to dismiss the case, bro, because this is a clear Brady rule violation.
Right. Shout out to Silk Foster Jr. and who else I was finna shout out to that? I forgot. I can't remember. I remember in a minute. What's up? It's Aaron's Way.
Salute everybody. Salute the chat. Salute brother who on the panel with us.
You got a little buzzing in your on your audio, Aaron.
Yeah, you got to tell them. You got to tell them to come in and go out and come right back in.
All right, go out and come back in, Aaron. I want to hear from you.
That's not better now?
Yeah, that's better. That's
better. Yeah, that's better.
I had to turn the Bluetooth off. My fault.
Okay, go ahead. Anybody else that want to pull up, y'all can pull up too, man. Pull up.
Man, I was just looking at, all of this shit that Moretti done created, and man, bro's right, like he said. And okay, let's say bro was wrong what he just said. It doesn't even matter. Like, okay, who would rather have a double murder charge against witness tampering? Let's say they do have the witness tampering. I don't think they can, like he said, because they wouldn't have the witness tampering if it wasn't for the murder case. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, drop the murder charge, but you gonna hit the nigga with just witness tampering? Okay, he'll take that.
That nigga been in jail 5 years. They'll get that nigga time served. They'll be getting the fuck out tonight.
If that, because the nigga already did 5 years. So
yeah.
Time served. Everything looks bad on, don't get it wrong. This witness tampering shit, like, I don't know what they're gonna do with it, and we don't really know all the facts, but allegedly, Mariah Hamilton has said some shit.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's enough from having the lead detective lying on the case, bro, and having a state attorney, the DA is the witness to that. You feel me? Like, you can't really get around that. And they can't do that. And once that's exposed, like bro said, all of that evidence that Moretti had is null and void now, nigga. You broke the law to get the evidence you need. First of all, y'all got all the tools in the world to convict a motherfucker legally. I mean, bro, like, come on, y'all got all this evidence against this nigga. Not just him, anybody. You don't have to go do some hoe shit and get the and fuck up the whole case, bro. Like you said, he was grilled, my nigga. He was done already. You didn't even have to do all that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You never had to do all that. Break in Jamie King finger or whatever the fucking shit. Then you want another motherfucking a DA to lie for you, bro. Somebody in the DA's office to lie for you. Now, that's cool and all if you can get the motherfucker to do it, but they was like, nah, nigga, we not doing that. You know? And like, man, by just them being a witness to Moretti's whatever the fuck you want to call it, dirty actions or whatever, bro, like, I don't think they just gonna let that shit ride. Like, especially whenever it plays back in court. Like, I don't think that's not a good look for nobody on the defense. I mean, on the state side.
Prosecution. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
can I ask y'all both a question?
Go ahead.
With this witness tampering that they got going against Melly and Portland, right? It seems to me like they've been trying to get them on when witness tampering because that's why her whole point of being there was to investigate him and his mama for witness tampering on the same people that they're talking about, especially Mariah. So
Right.
do y'all feel like this witness tampering might be a witch hunt? Because if they didn't find anything then for witness tampering, what would be the difference now?
I kind of do feel like it's a toss up in the air. Like, nigga, y'all already know Moretti done lied. Y'all got to do something to cover y'all ass. You know what I'm saying? To me, it seems like, I don't know, man. Shit. Bro, it could be any fucking thing. Like, who knows what I don't think they got anything else, bro. Like, that's their last thing they holding on to is like, okay, fuck it. We can get these niggas with this witness tampering so they look even more guilty and secure a conviction, you know?
And then let's be real. They said that this witness tampering went on months ago. Y'all knew this shit months ago. Y'all broke this. Y'all that shit weak as hell. It got to be weak as hell because y'all would have broke that shit. Y'all would have charged that man with that shit way back then. Y'all charged him with this shit because his lawyers filed for a motion to dismiss the whole case on the Brady violation. That's what the fuck happened.
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. So
because if it
now
was going on in the trial, why not bring that up during the first trial? If that's what was going on during the first trial, that would have got him convicted right there alone.
Right. Right.
on top of all the evidence y'all had against this nigga.
Right. This is clear retaliation because of the lawyers done motherfucking dug up they dirty secret. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. It's crazy how them hoes play dirt. Like, when they get caught playing dirty, they want to play even more dirty.
Mm-hmm.
That shit crazy. Is Borland in there with no bond as well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So both of them are on no bond.
Yes. Yes.
Bro, isn't that nigga's third time going back to jail for this shit?
I'm not sure. I know it's the second at least.
Nah, because look, the first time is whenever, like, they originally put the shit out, he bonded out and went to the fucking strip club
Yep.
or
Yep.
whatever. He went back, got out
He got the
again. He
house
going back
arrest.
this time.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy, nigga. That's crazy. If that nigga hadn't learned by now, like, nigga, anything that you doing, but like you said, bro, I don't even necessarily think like they really did anything. I feel like it's just like, nah, nigga, these niggas think they finna get this case dismissed. Nah, nigga, we finna go ahead and put something up against these niggas. Do y'all even think the witness tampering charges gonna stick?
They can't, bro, because like I see a lot of people saying, what did Mariah say when she did interview with the police? It doesn't matter what she said, because
When
if
did
she
she
said
do that
anything,
interview?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If she did go talk to the police, if she said anything different than what she said in that public interview she made, it does what she say is not going to be credible because they can bring up that public interview because she did it to the public. She
Right.
brought that to the public, so they can use that in the trial. So if she say anything different than what she said in that public interview, she's not going to look credible. So
Right.
like that's why a lot of people saying whatever she said to the police, that don't even matter, bro, because
It
she
don't
killed
even
herself when she
matter.
said,
Yeah.
yeah, I've been on the run just because I ain't want to go to jail. She ain't say nothing about Melly gave her no money or nothing. So,
And
bro, like,
she said that I said what they wanted me to say, insinuating that the
Right.
police she
Told her to
did
take that shit.
coerced her,
exactly.
yeah, was trying to coerce her to say something. Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. So
Which
like,
looks even more bad on their part, which is why I don't even think they would want to use her as a fucking witness, because if she get up there and tell the real truth, it ain't gonna look good on the state side. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this shit is a shit show. I can
I
say
just
that for sure.
I just don't see. Okay. Let's say they continue with the trial and he get convicted. I definitely see him coming home on appeal.
Hell
You
yeah.
you can't this too, bro. Listen, all this is too much to reasonable doubt or however you want to call it. Illegal shit went on in prosecuting this man, and he got high power attorneys, and he's famous for y'all to be able to keep him in jail for life or on the death or give him the death penalty with what happened. I don't see it. I don't give a damn. I will be shocked.
I don't see it
I
either.
would be shocked if they able to keep him in jail if they convict him with all this shit that we done seen went on illegally by the DA's office and by the detective and the police force. And that's why I'm gonna go and say the police force, because Moretti represents the Miramar police force. And you gonna have to assume that it's more corruption in there. Or I tell you what, a good attorney will be able to paint the picture that it's more corruption in there. You see
Hell
what I'm
yeah.
saying? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
Millie's first attorney.
Johnny Cochran would have ate this case alive.
Hell yeah, because Millie's
and
first attorney, the black nigga, said that he was gonna point out the misinclusion, like the mishaps in the case from all from both of the police departments, but he never really got into it.
Right.
because and that's where the Brady violation come in, because they never divulged and gave them this and his motion. When you get your
Right.
motion of discovery, this was supposed to be into it. That's why the woman that was testifying earlier, that's why she said I told them that it needed to be divulged ASAP, because she knew if they didn't, that it would get the case thrown out like it's about to do, bro. Because at the end
Right.
of the day, even they keep going forward, and with a lot of people not understanding. Do people not understand how hard it's going to be to get a conviction, to get 12 juries to believe he's guilty when your lead detective on the case is tainted,
Right.
and the prosecutor who was prosecuting the first case had to be taken off because she's a witness, because she was a witness who helped cover up their they said dirty work that the lead investigator was doing. Bro, what jury is going to convict him after that, bro? When they figure out that the state attorney's office and the police department both were doing unlawful stuff to get him convicted. It's
And
gonna be hard to get a conviction.
and the cherry on top is the witness who's telling all this is a state attorney.
Yep.
From the same exact office, bro. The same exact office. And her title is dealing with corruption for public officials.
Yeah, like I can see.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Mondo. What's up?
What's going on, man? Hey, I support the channel. I always tune in on you. I gotta say one thing. We kind of forgetting one thing. She
Go ahead,
did
gang.
say that Krista Bradley called her a liar. So you might have some conflict of interest in that set office too.
You talk about the girl's mama?
No, you talking about the lady,
No,
Miss Boutros. That's the lady name, Miss
Oh,
Boutros.
okay.
He's talking about Miss Boutros.
Okay.
she
But
said
listen,
Christine Bradley called her a liar.
But listen, that's what Christine Bradley gonna say, of course, to try to cover her ass. But this lady, did y'all see this lady? This lady had goddamn notes. She had dates. She documented this shit from the start. This lady was.
I didn't see that.
Hell yeah.
And they got audio of what happened too. Like that's what a lot of people not understanding. They have audio of the incident that happened between Moretti and Melly Mama. So yeah, they still have not gave that over to the defense. So that's what I'm saying. It's a lot that they haven't gave over, bro, that they were supposed to.
What the fuck these niggas do? Like, you can't hold on to that.
You're right,
bro. They done been through a whole trial already and still haven't gave it over yet, bro. That's crazy. Just think about how crazy that is.
Right.
That's insane.
Bro,
Niggas
that lady looked incredible as hell. That lady worked in that shit office for 20 years. Listen, bro, let me tell y'all something. That lady was, I definitely believe that lady was telling the whole truth. She didn't stumble down time. She had them wrote that shit down. She had that shit step by step, the process that she did to tell that it was a Brady violation. She did everything correctly because she didn't want that shit to fall back on her. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, Maria,
she bought a whole book with a Moretti. She bought a whole book with a Moretti.
That bitch
that's
is a super
that's to cover your ass.
That bitch is a super snitch, boy. That bitch take notes and all.
But that's her job. But that's her job, though. That's what she do.
Right. So but ain't she the one that he tried to lie on and said that somebody was present?
No. He tried to get a Broward sheriff's officer to lie and say that he was there in a room.
Right,
and that's what she reported.
She was the one that said no, he wasn't in there though, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Remember, because she was like, that's why the defense attorney asked her how small was the room, because she was like, yo, you could basically touch somebody at the door. So
right.
it's
Did,
no way
I
that you
got
can
two
mistake that
questions, y'all.
it wasn't somebody in the room.
Right.
did she also say that she worked hand in hand with the defense attorneys?
Yeah,
I mean,
no about all that. She said what now?
yeah.
She didn't say she worked hand in hand with him. What she was saying was the reason why her job is this is so they basically like to make sure that the defense is getting a fair trial. That's what she's there for. She's there to
Okay,
make
but
sure the prosecution's not doing anything corrupt like they're doing right now. Like that's what she's there for. So when they brought the case to her, that's why the attorney was asking her like so y'all do cases outside of just like political figures, and that's why she was like, yeah, it's normal for us to do that
okay, then
for
let's check this out.
circumstances like what's going on right now.
Let's check this out. Then why she didn't bring it up early then?
She did.
Why she had it?
She
No,
did,
no.
but her higher ups was the ones covering up. They were basically keeping it quiet, keeping the lid on it, bro. Because she remember she called meetings. She been asked for them to do that, bro. What they did is covered it up, and that's what the defense attorneys are saying. Because
She
you know what I'm saying.
She went to internal
Go ahead.
affairs and she went to internal affairs and everything. That lady did everything from the
Oh
start.
wow. I didn't
Hey,
know. I ain't gonna lie, Marita. I'm with you on that. When you said, bro, you're doing too much to get a fucking conviction, bro. You're doing too fucking much. You don't need to do all that. Your
yeah.
job isn't to move dirty to get a illegal conviction, bro. Like, if you can't do it legally, then bro, y'all fumbled the case.
Yeah.
Like that shit. I got one more question though, bro. Or two questions. All right. Before I get this one off. Okay, so if this nigga Melly, let's say he wins. No, let's say he gets convicted and he has to, whatever, he gets appeal. Don't he have to go back to trial again?
Not necessarily, but most times you do. But not well.
Right,
Like
right,
if they
right.
go back and see that his Brady rights are violated, they'll just go ahead and dismiss the whole cases and overturn the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like, since it is a Brady violation, bro. Like I'm saying, like, yeah, I thought that the case would have to get dismissed since his rights was violated during. But I've seen people rights get violated during the trial, and they just get granted another trial, and the niggas still get convicted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but we
that's different circumstances of this because what you got to
Right,
understand is the evidence part of it. Like, if it
right,
comes to
right,
find
right.
out that Moretti did what he did, which is
Hmm.
obtain evidence by basically illegally, like,
Yeah.
bro, he's not gonna be able to be on the case, bro.
Right,
And
and
if you don't have your
and the
lead
shit that
detective on the case, you can't. How you gonna prosecute him without a lead detective?
and he don't have any evidence anymore either.
Fruit from the poison tree. And let's not forget that it's already done been a mistrial too. Shit.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's already been a mistrial. Yeah, let's not forget that. My second question, bro. Do y'all remember whenever they were saying this was a while ago, but they were explaining how I'm not sure what detective it was, but some detective went in to talk to Melly, and while he was incarcerated and shit, and they said they held this nigga down and took his DNA.
Yeah,
Do
they
y'all
did.
remember that shit?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember that, and that's why I was telling him Rita boy
Not long
yesterday.
after. Yes. So not long after that information came out is whenever them niggas had that DNA on their door. You know what I'm saying? Is
Right.
when they
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That bring all of that into question. You feel what I'm saying?
now exactly now you niggas ain't swabbed his door in I don't know how many fucking years, bro.
5 years. Cause
4-5 years. I
they
don't give a fuck if it's put up in somewhere to where it's not being fucked with, bro.
Yeah, he
5
came three
fucking
later.
years, bro.
Moretti came 3 years after they had swabbed it the first time. He came. It was
Man,
3 years
come
later.
on, bro.
Was what the defense team said. So it
Yeah,
took him
so
3 years to come back and swab it and get that DNA.
DNA, but nobody talking about how they held this nigga down while he was locked up and mouth swabbed. Took his fuck, whatever they did.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Take it for somebody that's been on probation or something like that. They can get your DNA. So when you sign up for probation, when you get probation, when you go to the probation office,
Oh no,
the
Marilla, I know, nigga.
motherfucker tell you open your mouth, the bitch get right in there
Yeah,
and swab that bitch.
everything.
And so, like me personally, I done been on probation a couple times, so they got my DNA on file. If I do a crime in the future and leave any DNA on the scene, they will eventually be able to tie my DNA to whatever DNA they got in the database and match me up on the scene of the crime. I got a homeboy that did 10 years behind that. Yeah.
I did 7 years on papers, nigga. I know exactly what you talking like. They got all of your handprint, both
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah. Them bitches
Fucking
got
mouth
it.
swab,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, them bitches
all
got
of
it.
that shit.
And I think they get your DNA when you in jail too before you get released or something like that. I think they
Hell
do.
yeah, if you get a
Yeah,
shot,
they do that now. They do DNA, fingerprints, all that.
nigga, you get a shot, anything in that bitch, nigga, they got it.
Yeah,
Yo, you want to know what's crazy? What I can't wait to see? I can't wait to see what Bradley gonna say, bro. Because either way, if she lie or she tell the truth, bro, like I'm just curious to see what she. I don't know how y'all feel. I'm curious to see what she gonna say, bro.
because she caught because no matter what she say. Okay, so let's just go down this rabbit hole for a second. Say she get in there and tell the truth. She's going to be admitting that she covered it up by telling the truth.
I ain't never seen one of them in the wrong and they admit that, like, yeah, I was. I ain't never seen no cop be like, yeah, I was wrong.
Right.
Nobody in law enforcement, I've never seen them like, yeah, I was wrong.
Right. So say she get in there and lie. That's even worse. You know what I'm saying?
That's gonna be even worse because then if she lies, she not gonna be credible no more. And all the old cases that she prosecuted gonna be able to come back up. So dudes who ain't got nothing to do with Melly cases happy right now because she go in there and lie. Oh man, that means all them old cases gonna be able to get reopened and come back up for appeal.
Hell yeah. And I'm gonna take it a step further than that. Being that you got a state attorney that's pretty much whistleblowing this shit on Moretti. If I'm anybody who went to jail for Moretti, get my lawyer
I'm suing his bitch ass.
Yeah, and I'm getting my lawyers to try to get my case thrown out because we could say that he did something illegal in my shit.
Yeah, nigga, once a crooked motherfucker, always crooked.
Yeah.
A cop.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this too. He did that shit too casually for this to be the first time he done did some shit like that.
What the hell? Yeah, bending motherfuckers' fingers, putting niggas in the headlocks and getting mouth swabs. What kind of gangster is you, nigga?
You know what I'm talking about? Told the police, hey, if anybody asked you, tell them you was in there.
This nigga moving like Trump.
I'm telling you.
And then gonna try to come back and say he was joking. It was a joke. He don't joke. He don't joke like that, bro. You never joke in no serious situation like that. Come on, bro. That's crazy, bro.
And let's say this too. Look how motherfucking he a bold bitch. You know what I'm talking about? Think about how bold he had to be to do that in front of the corruption motherfucking state attorney lady. This is what
he thought she was gonna be on board with it, bro.
Right.
But hey, like you said earlier, bro, salute to her, bro, because she's standing on business. She the only one in this whole situation standing on business, bro. Upholding the law, bro, like she's supposed to. She not no snitch. She just doing her job and upholding the law, bro. That's what she's there to do. So for everybody saying she a snitch, bro, stop doing that to her, bro, because she just doing her job. She's supposed to snitch on you if you're gonna be stupid enough to do it in front of her.
That's what she's supposed to do. They didn't read her job title.
What?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. They keep them from doing corrupt stuff, and he gonna do something corrupt in front of her, thinking that she's not gonna say. That shit crazy, bro.
That lets you know that he's surrounded by a lot of corrupt police.
A lot of fuck shit. Yes, I was just saying that, Marita, because it's very often he probably surprised she doing that because 9 times out of 10 they're gonna go along with it just because they're law enforcement. You know, they got that code, like, oh, it's almost like a street code, like, oh no, you don't go against the the motherfucking, the team is bigger than every motherfucking thing. You know how the motherfuckers be acting like, oh nigga, if I do something wrong, nigga, you ain't gonna snitch me out, like, nigga, you back me up. And that's how this shit go. You know how cops is and law enforcement be, bro.
Right. Hell yeah, bro. Listen, bro, this whole shit was wild from the start, and this shit just keep getting wilder and wilder and wilder. You can't make none of this shit up, dog. Listen, let me tell you something. The only story that I've seen it ain't even close to this. Them boys out of Miami, the big drug boys, Willie Falcone and all of them, they got a docu series on
with the boats.
With the boats. They beat a bunch of charges before they ended up getting convicted. You know what I mean? Shit look like,
yeah, them niggas spanked some charges.
Hell yeah. But this even worse. This nigga got a double murder. We pretty much know he did it.
Hey, Marita, weren't they brothers? 2 twin brothers?
They weren't brothers. It was Willie Falcone and Sal Magooda. They was homeboys though. Sal Magooda. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but other than that, man, this nigga coming, bro. Listen, even if they continue to prosecute him, which I don't think they can do, me personally, it's just too much bullshit went on, so he can't win an appeal. I definitely think he wins an appeal. If they put this man in jail,
Him and Borland.
yeah. If they put this man in jail and keep him in jail after all of this, oh my God.
Because it's just not his case that's going to have to get dismissed. They're going to have to dismiss Borland case too.
Right. Boy, it's gonna,
Those are just the
I
ones.
definitely feel sad for the family.
man, listen, man. It's listen. Now I'm gonna say this too though. It's some lawsuits that's gonna have to be enough for people, because, and I do think they can win lawsuits, civil cases and shit such as that. But I also think the state attorney, they gonna get sued too. That office there, I would sue their ass too. Hell
Bro,
yeah, I sue their ass.
Regular get caught doing some illegal shit, nigga, you going to jail. It's always them bitch ass niggas who can get off with, oh, well, you know, like, nigga, I don't understand that, bro. You, at the end of the day, you did something illegal and got a nigga locked up. How you not going to jail? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Bradley probably gonna lose her job after this, bro. If we thought she was inadequate after the first trial, bro, like with this, she definitely probably about to lose her job.
Bro, she didn't show up to court today, bro. Just think about that for a second.
Who, Christine?
Yeah.
She had to be forced to come in today, bro. She looked guilty, bro. Like I said in the comments, Marita, she looked guilty.
She in there now? Hold on. So Dre, she in there now?
Yeah, remember she came in and she came in and she had to sit outside because they about to call her. She about to be the next witness that go on the stand. Remember, the judge are trying to get her to testify first, but the defense like, no, we don't want her to testify first. We want Ms. Brutos to testify first because she's going to testify to what she did wrong, and then we want her to testify. Yeah, she about to go. She about to be the next one to go out there and testify. They calling her next to go out there and testify. So they, for sure, with her going up here to testify, she definitely at least about to be off the case. She can't be a witness and be the prosecutor on the case. You get what I'm saying? So she at least about to get kicked off the case. Okay, for sure. So that's already written in stone that she's getting kicked off the case because, bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's a shit show, bro. Like it's crazy, bro. Like I don't see how they're gonna be able to convict him after this, bro. How many cases have you heard of? Have you heard of the prosecutor have to go on the stand and testify in the same case that they working, bro? I never heard of that before.
I never heard of that.
To make sure we on the same page. So what the fuck? So who? Okay, so Christine Bradley is called to be the next witness after who? You said
after Ms. Burke, the woman who just testified, Ms. Burke. So Christine Bradley, after they come back from 115, she's the one that's about to go on the stand next.
Okay, what hearing is this for, bro?
This for Melly. This is for him to get the whole prosecution recused off his case and get the case dismissed. That's what they doing today.
Shit. So this is what that's for.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's what they doing all this for. Remember, because the judge is trying to get Christine Bradley to testify first because he was like, she's here, so let Ms. Bradley testify first. And the defense was like, no, that'd give her an unfair advantage. So, no, that's why he let Ms. Burtos testify. Now she about to come in and testify next.
Man, I tapped in late, bro. I didn't know that's what the fuck was going on.
Bro, that judge was hot when she wasn't initially there. He told them attorneys from our office that was trying to substitute in her stead, we gonna take a recess. You need to call her and go find her, and she need to be in this courtroom. He said, I don't understand. He said, where's she at? I'm talking about, he was mad, bro. That judge was hot.
Because what he said was, how can these allegations be this serious and she choose not to show up on this day? When you could tell in his face, you could tell on his face right then and there, he was like, yeah, all right, something definitely going on. That the fact that she didn't even show up today, you could tell in his face, he right then and there, he was like, yeah, bro, I'm probably gonna have to dismiss this case. He was hot, bro. When I say he was 38 hot, Maria.
Hey, I got a question.
I something new on this case, bro.
I got a question for y'all because I just want to take a poll real quick. Why do y'all think she didn't show up initially?
She guilty and she know she ain't got no win.
And I think everybody feel that way. It's nobody in that courtroom watching this hearing. I think everybody feels the same way.
I think she's embarrassed too, bro.
All of the above. All of the above. Her career is over in that office for sure.
For sure. How can she prosecute another case after this debacle? And it's on live TV at that.
And Detective Moretti, who the fuck said you finna detect any motherfucking thing after the day, nigga?
Well, hey, look, he gonna be in the evidence room.
I'm gonna tell you what he gonna do. I'm gonna tell you what he been already been a detective for 20 years. He gonna go on and quietly retire. That wasn't him.
raggedy motherfucker.
He
Raggedy
gonna
bitch.
turn into a private investigator.
Yeah, he gonna have to retire
He'll have to
because
go.
anybody who been convicted under Moretti definitely gonna have to have their case relooked at. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
Don't nobody want to
That's
work
gonna
with
be
his
hundreds
ass.
and hundreds of cases to review, bro, because he's been on the force for at least 20 years.
Hundreds of
Mhm.
cases, man. And
That
I'm
nigga
pretty
been
sure
on the case.
and I'm pretty sure somebody done accused him of doing some things in the past, you know, because that's what you do. If I'm in Broward County and I got a murder charge because he's a homicide detective, or even when he was a beat cop, I'm going to accuse you of doing something. So now he gives credibility to whoever accused him of anything in the past,
Right. Hell yeah.
even if he didn't do nothing.
Even if he didn't do it, nigga,
Yeah.
by just you fucking up this time, nigga, makes you look guilty of everything they say you did, nigga, or that you didn't do.
So I just got one question. So do y'all think that possibly the only thing that another thing that the judge possibly could do is, since they had what was the first police department that they had to take over for? Could they possibly
Miramar.
come back and pick up the cake and get it transferred to there, or is it just the same? Is it the same place? Because you remember they said they
Miramar,
took
right?
it from one police department and one investigation unit and they gave it to another. So is it Broward who they gave it to, or is it Miramar?
I know they asked Broward for some help because one of
Yeah.
them dudes with the bullet trajectories and shit, he actually was a Broward sheriff. Remember they had one that he said that he did it wrong with the strings and shit, and the other dude did it with like the little tubes and shit. And he said that was more of an accurate thing, and he was from Broward. But I still keep going back to the fruit from a poison tree. Moretti, that office, all of them gathered the evidence. So if he tainted, who's to say?
Wait. Okay, so you saying the evidence that Moretti gathered was basically not as whatchamacallit as the other one from Broward?
It wasn't Moretti. It was whoever the expert. One or two or so of the experts that the
ballistic expert.
the ballistic expert that the Miramar and them had. They had him testify, and then they also had a Broward sheriff come in the first trial and come back and testify. And they were saying that the Broward County sheriff was better, more accurate because the other guy used strings. The strings sag in the middle when he was trying to show the bullet trajectory, and it was better to use the tubes. So they was pretty much saying that because they even asked him. They asked him. They was like, did they call you in because Miramar didn't do it the first one right? And he didn't say that. He said, no, they kind of called me in because something. He kind of tried not to throw Miramar under the bus, but Melly's attorneys pretty much was asking him, did they call him in to do a second trajectory assessment because Miramar was
inadequate was their words. Inadequate.
Yeah, inadequate. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I heard from the first
I was just asking because I was thinking maybe that like the other team that did the investigation first might have could have retook it over, but if that was Miramar and he Miramar it, and then they can't do it. You answer my question for me. I was trying to get it rectified because I didn't know if Broward was the ones who messed it up or if it was Miramar. So that's why I was asking.
Okay,
I couldn't remember exactly which way it went.
Y'all give me a second. I'm finna break this down for my guy Unspoken. So shout out to Unspoken Crime Murders. Y'all go subscribe to my guy channel. So Unspoken, what happened here is Moretti served a search warrant on Melly's mom to get her phone before the first trial even started. And being that he's a Miramar detective, he was supposed to have a Broward County sheriff there in the room with him to serve the warrant because Broward County is not his jurisdiction. It's out of his jurisdiction. Now, a Broward County sheriff could serve a warrant in Miramar because they're a sheriff and they have jurisdiction over the whole Broward County. But Moretti doesn't have jurisdiction over Broward County. He only has jurisdiction within Miramar. If he has to serve a warrant outside of his jurisdiction, he needs a sheriff from whatever that jurisdiction is to be a witness there when he's serving the warrant. So when he served the warrant, there was a sheriff in the office, but not in the room. So he realized that the sheriff was not present. So he told the sheriff when he got with the sheriff if anybody asked you to tell them that you was in the room. Also in the room was a corruption. What's the title? Dre?
State attorney's corruption. She's the corruption. What is it? Attorney, corruption attorney, or
Right. She was present, and she witnessed the violation, which is called a Brady violation. You see what I'm saying? She witnessed him doing serving a search warrant illegally, right? So she then immediately went and divulged that to her superior. She told that to Christine Bradley. She told that to Internal Affairs. She took notes. She did everything legit by the book. And when she told Christine Bradley and them, the DA's office and her superiors, they covered it up. They were supposed to hand that information over to the defense. Being that they didn't hand it over to the defense, that's a Brady violation. And a Brady violation is when you have evidence or anything that could help the defense, the prosecution does, and they don't turn that over to the defense, therefore violating the defendant's rights. And they didn't do that, and the lady was pretty much telling it. She was telling everybody the whole scenario because she wanted to do everything the right way, and she didn't want to be guilty by association, because if she don't say nothing, then she's just as guilty as them for doing what the Brady violation and the illegal search and seizure of Jamie King's phone. So then what happened is Melly's attorneys, these new attorneys, they discovered the Brady violation, and they filed to dismiss this whole case. And this hearing here is for the judge to decide whether it's a Brady violation and if this case gonna get dismissed. So when they started court this morning, Christine Bradley, the lead attorney, nowhere to be found. They got some other attorneys in there from the DA's office to substitute for her. The judge saw that and got upset, called a recess, and told them, y'all need to get her down here. Y'all need to call her and get her in this courtroom now. He felt disrespected. He felt all kind of verbs and adjectives or whatever you want to say because she wasn't there. And it looked real bad on her. And just before we went to recess for lunch, I think it's going to start back in like 3 minutes. I think it's at 1:15. They had the lady, her name is Miss Boutros, the lady who whistle blew all this, on the stand testifying to what she saw, what they did wrong, how they covered it up, who she told it to, what day she told it to, when she told it to him, how she told it to him. Dog, this lady was thorough. This lady took notes. This lady remembered dates. She had the notes to where she could go back and correctly tell when these things happen. It's bad. So yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Y'all go ahead, Dre and Aaron. Yo, Dre, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm here, bro.
Y'all go ahead. I just had to do that for my brother, man. Y'all hit that like button too, man. Appreciate y'all. Please hit that like button. And please donate to the channel, man. Please donate to the channel if you feel generous. $1, $2, $3, it don't matter, man. But please hit that like button. And subscribe to the channel, man. Subscribe to the channel. And also follow me on Instagram, MaritaBoy1. MERITABOY with the number 1. MaritaBoy1. Go ahead, guys.
I just followed you on IG, bro. Not long ago.
Okay. Appreciate you, gang.
But yeah, man, it's just crazy, bro. Like, it's crazy, bro. I can't think of a way they could salvage this case, bro. I'm trying to think of one, bro. I really can't think of a way they could salvage this case.
I can't either, bro. I can't either.
Christine moving like a goddamn. She moving. I don't know, man. Like I said, she could be embarrassed, or she just don't. I don't think she want to face the music. Like, damn, I know she. How long has she been on this case since it started? Right? She the one that. Like,
yeah, she been on the case since it started, but you can blame her, bro, but really it's Moretti, bro, because Moretti the one who put her in a hard place. Because if she would have divulged that information, it would have killed the case. So she basically covered up to try to keep the case going because she wanted to get him convicted, bro. Because if it would have came out and proved that what he was doing was wrong, bro, like that would have killed their case either way, the case is killed, bro. Once Moretti did what he did, bro. So it all
Right.
starts with Moretti, bro.
Yeah.
It all starts with
I
Moretti, bro.
agree.
He put her in the craziest predicament. But by law, bro, she should have just went ahead and just did it by the book like this lady did. That's what she should have did. She should have did the exact thing she did and just roll with the punches. It'll look way better for her than what she's going through right now.
Yeah, because if she'd have went by the book, she possibly had a chance of the case or the case continuing. You see what I'm saying? Because
keeping her job, bro. Like,
right.
When you do some shit like that, nigga, everything is up for everything is up.
Even though it would have been a slim chance that she would have had to keep the case continuing, she worsened it by compounding the lie and the corruption. And not only that, you pretty much included the whole, and well, they did it themselves too, because they could have whistle blew too, the whole DA's office. So it just make everybody look corrupt. And when everybody's corrupt, when the police corrupt, when the DA's corrupt, how can we get around this when you using them people to convict this man? And the severity of the case of the charges, y'all talking about the death penalty or life in prison, and you get what I'm saying? And he high profile, he is famous, and he got a bag. He done dropped the bag on these attorneys. You can't get around that, bro. You can't.
Boy, Florida some dirty motherfuckers, boy.
Yeah, they dirty, bro.
Y'all trying to kill a nigga illegally.
Bro, I'm telling you. Damn,
y'all trying to legally kill a nigga. Illegally.
Illegally kill a nigga, right. Well.
But illegally, though, you're lying on how you doing it. So, I don't know. Y'all motherfuckers out there, that water is something in that water, boy.
Bro, it's some nasty motherfuckers.
Does this make y'all feel like they never felt like they really had a strong case in the first place?
Ooh, I gotta think about that one. Hold on.
I don't know, bro. I don't believe so. I do believe that they had a strong case at a certain point in time. It's just once new information comes, like, I guess your opinion changes,
right.
Like,
I'm just asking because to me, if she felt like she had a strong case, I feel like she would have divulged what happened, because if she would have divulged what happened, his Brady rights never would have been violated. So she still would have been able to establish her case. Like Melly, Moretti would have been looking kind of crazy, but taking the phone and all that other stuff. But like, his Brady rules wouldn't have been violated, because he would have been notified of what happened, and it would have been in his discovery. So they still would have been able to proceed with the case. I just looked it up. So that's what the Brady rule violation is. That they went a whole year and a trial without letting it be known of what happened in this situation. It wasn't divulged in his motion of discovery. And it was supposed to be in his motion of discovery.
Right. You say you just looked it up. So she still would have been able to use it had she brought it up at the beginning? You said?
Yes, if she would have brought it up when the lady brought the whole thing up that day, she still would have been able to try the case.
Right. And being that it ain't in the discovery, it's clear that they kept it out of the discovery on purpose.
On purpose, and that's what makes the Brady violation right there.
Okay, so I'm answering your question about I had to think about it for a while about the case. So this is a circumstantial case. Everybody knows that. And why we mean circumstantial, they don't have him a witness that says he did it. They don't have him on the scene. Well, okay, they don't have a gun. They don't have him made a statement. They don't have gunshot residue. You know what I'm saying? So it's a circumstantial case. And also being that they got Portland, it's a possibility. I mean, that Portland could have did this. Do I believe Portland did? Hell no, it's a slim chance. But I'm saying they got him to play off of. They got him, just like his attorney said, how y'all know Portland didn't do it. You see what I'm saying? So that I'm saying it's a circumstantial case. So being that it's a circumstantial case, I think they would more like to have a gun. They would more like to have actual physical evidence connecting him to this crime. So being that they didn't have this, I think they knew that this case was weaker than him having a gun and a witness, and the way that they would like it to go. So with that being said, when this violation shit happened, or when Moretti pulled this move that he pulled with serving the warrant, I think they felt like for sure this is gonna make their case way weaker and way more harder to prove. So she covered it up, and she took a shot in the dark and was hoping that this would not come to light. This had to be in the back of her mind for all that time. And I'm gonna take it a step further than that. I think she ain't the only one who felt this way. Because think about this, that lady told more people than Christine Bradley. She told Harold Pryor and all of them other motherfuckers, because Melly's attorney want all of them off the case. They want the whole DA's office off the case, really, and Christine Bradley too. So they covered this shit up too. They knew too. They felt the same way Christine Bradley. Christine Bradley ain't in this alone. And I'm interested to see what she gonna say when she get on this stand, because she gonna have to tell who she told. And they ass gonna be up there too. This little hearing here might go on for a couple days or a week or so. They might continue this motherfucker because it's other people who knew about this. You see what I'm saying? Hold on, and I'm gonna take it a step further than that. This case, the Moretti's Brady violation already went to Internal Affairs. They found Moretti innocent. You see what I'm saying?
They found them innocent of
yes, they cleared Moretti. The Internal Affairs is. Now check this out. We all know who Internal Affairs is. They ain't nothing but a group of police. You see what I'm saying? So they're gonna do that. They're gonna do that to protect the police precinct. Because let me tell you how that
Remember
goes.
what I was saying, Marita? How they never claimed. Yeah.
Right. Because and I'm gonna tell you how that works too. So say they would have. See, it's a lot of politics going on behind this. Say they find that Moretti did do the Brady violation. I'm talking about Internal Affairs.
Mm-hmm.
That means that they open themselves up for a lawsuit because you'll be saying, the police themselves will be saying, yes, one of our officers violated your rights. So that's a lawsuit. That's potentially
for
millions.
The whole department.
Right. That's potentially millions of dollars. On top of that, all the cases that he done prosecuted will have to be re-looked at to see if he violated any of those people's rights. And they don't want that. They don't want that. So Internal Affairs going to side with the officer, even though they probably know he did a Brady violation, just to protect their own ass. Bro, full disclosure, I know a lot of police, bro. Real talk. My daddy, I tell you, my daddy a big dog. I keep telling y'all that, but my daddy a big dog. I grew up with police since I was like 11, 12 years old. Like my daddy was in Vietnam. My daddy had plenty of police friends. I'm talking about from the time I was 10 till today. My stepmama just passed here a month ago, and we got a friend of the family. He's a police officer, and he spoke at her funeral. I done been on fishing trips with him, all type of shit. Like, so I know a lot of police, right? Check this out. One of the friends of the family, actually, full disclosure, the one who spoke at the funeral, he's not a police officer now. He's retired. But let me tell you what happened to him. Like I tell you, I done seen a lot of police do a lot of shady shit, bro. I'm telling you, I'll tell you. So he was pretty known in the hood. He was one of them police that he was accessible. Like, you know, he knew everybody. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he pulled this lady over, and him and this lady had been having relations, right? They had like, and he do this. Like he done fucked some of my cousins and shit like that. Like he one of them. And the lady he pulled over, he had already been having a relationship with her. When he pulled her over, this is in the daytime, he walked to the car. She's like, hey, you're like, hey, what's up, girl? She's like, hey, what's up? You know what I'm saying? And he searched her car. He found weed on her, right? He found weed on her. He told her, he like, look, I could take you to jail, but how about me and you did what we did last time? She said, man, I gotta go pick up my kids, man. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? She looking at it like, man, I done fucked this man a couple times, me and him cool. You know what I'm saying? I know this nigga ain't finna take me to jail for weed. She thinking like, you know, we good. You know what I'm talking about? Like we got a relationship. He threatened if she don't go with him that he was gonna take her to jail for the weed. She was like, man, you serious? He was like, hell yeah. So she was like, I gotta pick up my kids and shit. He was like, hey, look, I'm dead ass serious. He realized she was serious. He was serious. So she went with him. He took her to a police substation in the projects. You know how sometimes the police have an apartment and they'll have it in the project so that they can keep crime down. So he took it to one of
Nigga,
them.
we got all
He had relations with her in the police sub center. It was no other police there. Like it was just empty that day, and he
So
knew
he
that.
basically raped her in the police station.
He didn't rape her. He didn't rape her. He did what he did. It was consensual, but he did rape her because he forced her because she didn't want to do it at that time.
Right.
But check this out. How about he booked her anyway? He took her to jail anyway for the weed, right? Check out what she did. She kept some of his quote unquote DNA. When she went got to the jail, she told the COs, they took the sample of the DNA, tested it, came back his 100%. They put him in jail. This was big news all over all of Orlando. They put him in jail, right? They had him walking out of the 33rd jail. You know what I'm saying? He got bonded out, all type of shit. It was big shit. He went to trial, right? He went to try to they put him on administrative leave. He went to trial. Do you know they found him not guilty, let him retire and everything? This is fact. This is true. I can tell you his name. You can Google it. It's right on Google. Live in effect. He got acquitted of all the charges. I know him personally. I got his phone number in my phone right now. He ain't no police no more. You know what I'm saying? I got his phone number at my stepmama funeral about a month ago. You know what I'm saying? Because me and him close. Matter of fact, we share the same birthday. You know what I'm saying? I knew him since I was 10. But when I seen that happen, that let me know they did that because if they would have found him guilty, that young lady had a lawsuit. And they let him retire. He got his listen. I got him a full disclosure. I got him a job after he retired and stuff. I got him a job working. He worked for me. This is God the heaven truth. I'm a former drug dealer, nigga. Swear to God, on my kids, he worked for me as a laborer at the VA hospital in Lake Nona. I got him a job. I went to my bosses. He hollered at me. He told me, "Hey man, I need a job." I said, "All right, I got you." You know what I'm saying? I got him a job. He worked out there as a laborer. You know what I'm talking about? Now he still had his retired badge shit. We used to go out and eat shit and shit like that. And yeah, he retired with full pension and everything. But he was guilty. That lady had his DNA, bro. They had the GPS from the squad car, going to the thing and everything, bro. And he basically shook the lady down for some pussy and got away with it. That's crazy, ain't it?
Boy, that's a story, nigga. That's
That's wild.
Story for your ass.
That's the God of heaven truth. Shout out to Pooh Black. That's the God of heaven truth, bro. That's the God of heaven truth. It's on Google. Swear to God. Swear to God. You can look it up.
That just go to show you that they value that badge above everything, bro. If you got that badge, they let you get away with some stuff because you got that badge.
Man, they got a whole gang of them niggas in prison killing niggas in jail.
Oh yeah, yeah, I heard about that.
Iron Curtain or something, nigga. I'm talking about brutally smashing niggas like black people, white people, all type of shit, nigga. They killing the shit out of motherfuckers.
Bro, that go to show you the politics that go on behind closed doors with this shit.
Hey, Marita, I heard it's a penitentiary out there in Florida. It's some racist ass white folks. They said, nigga, they got a glass
jar with the teeth in it. Yeah, that's true.
Teeth in it, nigga.
Yeah, with the teeth in it. Yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy as fuck. I'm not finna run you over, nigga. What the fuck you looking back for?
Shout out to my boy Nephew for real. Shout out to Nephew for real. Y'all show Nephew some love in the chat. Y'all know Nephew a moderator now.
Y'all said, hold on. I just got to make sure I heard that right. A jar with teeth in it.
With teeth in it, yeah.
Gold teeth, nigga.
Gold
like
teeth.
they was knocking niggas' teeth out when they came to the penitentiary.
Yeah. Like, they knock the bitches out as soon as you get there. If you talk shit,
as you get there,
as soon as you get there. Yeah. This is true. Fact. A whole jar with gold teeth in that bitch.
That's crazy as fuck.
You see how I knew the story before he got it out of his mouth.
Yeah, nigga.
That's why I had to double back it, make sure I heard that right, because that don't scream corruption right there, bro. What does, bro? Like it got to be something against the law for them to do that.
Man, listen, you already know the
I ain't gonna lie, them hoes crooked in Texas too, but Florida's something different, bro.
Bro, listen, bro. They say you come to Florida on vacation, you leave on probation. You know what I'm talking about? Hell yeah, Florida, hell boy. Hell yeah, and Florida extradite your ass for a parking ticket, nigga. You fucking around and catch a charge in Florida and think you're gonna go back to your other state, nigga, Florida will get your ass, nigga, and bring you all the way back down here for a $50 goddamn ticket. There we go.
Oh shit.
Between the two of them was in the BSO deputy's report.
Now, did you ever reach out to Jessica? Did you ever reach out to Deputy Gore?
I did not. He actually approached me for the first time last week.
Okay. And what did he tell you?
That the recollection and whatever he said at that time, that there was no request for anyone to lie or anything to that nature.
But, okay, let's go back to it. So, Detective Moretti, you know that Ms. Boutros is never going to work with Detective Moretti again, and cold and slimy and untrustworthy.
Correct.
Sustain, rephrase your question.
When you find that out, you talk to Detective Moretti, correct? You just told us.
I asked him to write a report. I did not speak anything about what Ms. Boutros said to me or anything of that nature.
Okay. What's the next thing you do on this as far as his statement?
In terms of after his report is issued,
Well, as far as the incident that occurred in which Ms. Boutros is claiming that he was soliciting Deputy Goral to lie, what's the next thing that you do after, I guess it's 5 days later, 7 days later after this occurs? You talk to Moretti, what happens next?
after I got his report, it made no indication about any request to lie or to have BSO say that they were there when they were not. I at some point reviewed parts of the statement. I had requested copies of, and from the Sheriff's Office to preserve any and all surveillance that existed to see on timeframes as to anything that had happened.
Did you talk to Ms. Boutros about it?
No, the only conversation I had with her was on October 17th when she called me. She does not come into the office on a regular basis. It's my understanding she works remotely.
So you've never questioned Detective Moretti as far as what he actually said on that statement, or did you question him at some later date of that?
At some later date, I couldn't tell you exactly when.
Can you give us a rough estimate?
I could not.
Was it before or after the last trial?
Before.
And do you know who was around when the internal affairs investigation was over? Was it before that?
It was before that.
Do you have any input in the internal affairs investigation?
None at all. In fact, I only became aware of it when Mr. Edelstein told me that it was ongoing.
You didn't talk to the AI sergeant?
IA sergeant, perhaps you mean?
Whatever.
So once I became aware that there was an investigation, I contacted the Miramar Police Department to find out the status of the complaint, because my understanding it was never elevated to an actual investigation because they found it without merit. And I said, I have a copy of the surveillance footage from that. If there's anything that you need and I can provide, I'd be happy to do so.
Now, you did say that you spoke to Detective Moretti prior to the IA report being concluded.
Yes,
And you don't know exactly when, but you know it was before.
that is correct.
Okay. And the subject of that conversation dealt with the allegations against him as far as trying to get Deputy World alive.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
The best record of what was said is what was filed in the, I believe, September 23rd, Brady notice, in which is the first one that I filed that I drafted on with regards to what was said.
Okay, so the IA investigation is done basically around July 20th of 2022.
I don't know the dates on that one, my apologies. I was not expecting to testify today, so I didn't review.
Is it a fair statement to say numerous months went by between the time you talked to Detective Moretti and you issued that Brady notice that you said on September 23rd?
That is correct.
Okay, do you know how many months?
I do not.
Did the trial go on in between those two times, meaning the first part?
It did.
Excuse me?
It did.
Okay, so you have talked to Moretti about the allegations of his trying to get a deputy to lie prior to the first trial, but you did not reveal that in any Brady notice.
So the discussions were that he denied that any such conversation conversation took place, that no such event happened. Again, I'm paraphrasing on this one, but he stated that the deputy showed up, he didn't even know who it was, and the deputy was lost. So it took them about 5 or 6 minutes in between when the sergeant had left before the deputy showed up. At that point, when the deputy showed up, Detective Moretti asked him something to the effect of, "Were you outside when this all happened?" Detective
Outside.
Yes, when this all happened. Detective Gorell replied something to the effect of, "I can be if you needed me to." Basically, Detective Gorell, if you reviewed the surveillance footage, went to the wrong conference room and was on his phone wandering about the 7th floor trying to find him.
That was all well and good, but my question really is, you had a discussion with him that he was being accused of trying to get an officer to lie. This was months before the first trial.
This was at some point, I would say, before April of 2023, yes.
Okay, and then I said you did not turn that over to the defense and you started going to what already said. But you also had, didn't you, a statement by a fellow prosecutor who's been prosecuting for 20 years plus that said already did say, "You're leaving testifying."
And all these are area that they cook.
Thank you. Counsel, I don't want you arguing with the witness. You're giving a recitation of facts and demanding in some way she agrees with it. I don't mind you asking questions about it, but I don't want you to be arguing with it, all right? Restate it.
When you spoke to Detective Lorenzo, and we're talking about the conversation that you actually finally had with him prior to the first trial,
Yes.
did you let him know that there were allegations made by Ms. Boutros and what they were?
Yes, because I asked him if there was any validity to it.
Excuse me, say that again.
I asked him if there was any validity, and that was his response.
And his response was what you just had told us about.
That is correct.
Okay. Did you speak to Ms. Boutros about it?
No.
But based upon Detective Moretti's representation to you, you decided not to file Brady notice. Is that a fair statement?
No, based on Detective Moretti's statement, Deputy Gorell's report that also denied any such thing as had.
Their reports don't jive them. Doesn't Detective Moretti say it was a joke and Deputy Gorell say it didn't occur?
Deputy Gorell says he was told he was not needed in his report. Detective Moretti doesn't mention anything about BSO assisting.
So you decided not to send out a Brady notice disregarding what a fellow prosecutor said that she heard and took the word of the deputies. Is that a fair statement?
Objecting now. Going into the reasons why she's making decisions in her case. And that's clearly not allowed.
Sustain.
It is a fact, though, that you did have a fellow prosecutor who did say this did occur, correct?
Yes, and said fellow prosecutor also did not request any police reports to be done or do any additional documentation if something had happened to immediately follow up on such event if it had occurred.
Did there come a time when you did issue
The first Brady notice that was filed in this case, I believe, was in February of 2023 with regards to Miss King being under investigation.
Okay, and then let's get to the Brady notices that really deal with this issue. There was one that you issued on the 23rd of September, correct?
I'd have to look at it to know exactly which one you're speaking about.
I'm going to show you what the Brady evidence as defense exhibit 1.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is the Brady notice that I drafted that is an accurate statement of what happened.
Okay. Why was this sent out in September of 2023?
Madam Chair.
Again, he's going into her opinion, the work product, and asking her why she did what she did related to the case.
Thank you, sustained.
You sent this out in September of 2023. In fact, September 23rd of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there more that you learned about this incident between the time you spoke to Detective Moretti and September 23rd?
Could you clarify what you mean by
When
that?
you spoke to Detective Moretti, we don't know when, but we know it was before the first trial.
Yes.
And he told you that it was a joke, and then you looked at Varela's report, the whole thing like that. And then in September 23rd of 2023, you filed this Brady notice.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, what transpired between the time you talked to Moretti and the time you filed this Brady notice?
I reviewed the contents of the statement again on that. That was the most recent thing I did before filing that particular Brady notice.
So the contents of whose statement?
Ms. King's statement with regards to the witness tampering.
Okay, but there was nothing about the lying incident in there.
No, there was not.
So how did that change as far as your filing Brady in September, as opposed to what you knew back in talking already, whether it's January, February, whatever, of 2022?
In terms of what I had learned from conversations with other people in the office, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you what changed that you talked to already in, let's just say the spring of 2023. You talked to him then, you learned his side of it, you checked on Varela's report, and then no Brady is filed. And I'm asking you what changed until September 23rd, 2023.
I was not a party to any of the meetings or anything that Ms. Boutros had, so I couldn't tell you on that.
As far as you're concerned, what changed?
In terms of filing
You don't give the Brady notice before the first trial. You give one now in September 23rd. What changed in that period of time? And you can answer that.
Excuse me. Thank you. Go ahead.
What changed?
in terms of their relations and conversations among the attorneys in the office.
I'm going to object. It's going to proceed on now, interacting with other prosecutors and speaking about their case, a case or any case. That's all privileged or private.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, the question was who she met with, who she talked to. I didn't even ask the substance of the conversation. Secondly, if I was to ask that, the bottom line of it is this is not work product that is not discoverable. This is work product that is discoverable. And if you'd like, I'll go into that argument right now. Your Honor, first of all, I'll cite to the court the case of State versus Raven. It's 495 Southern 2nd, 257, 1986.
Sorry, one more time, 495 Southern 2nd.
495 Southern 2nd, 257, 1986. It's a third DCA case. I'm going to be honest with the court and tell the court, there's very little law as far as what kind of directives here.
on fact versus opinion, type of evidence and whatnot. So I'm not going to tell the court there's a stream of case law. I'm going to just explain what it is.
Do you have a copy of that case?
I'm sure we have others floating around here, so let me give you the.
And I got a copy for you.
Thank you. You have that site, Council?
We have the case on.
The one I have just has some highlights underneath it, underlined. Any objection to that?
No. And as you see on page 4 of what you were given, work product can be divided into 2 categories. Factual product, factual information which pertains to the client's case and is prepared or gathered in connection therewith. This is an investigation dealing with whether or not a witness lied and whether or not that witness is suitable to basically testify in court, and much to be done as far as Brady. This was not done in preparation of their case.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
Wait, I think that's.
I'm sorry, for Council.
Factual product is subject to upon the showing of need and undue hardship, while opinion work product is protected from disclosure. Again, this is not opinion, we're not asking for it. That's State versus Loman, 721, Sutherland Second, 1249.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
And then lastly, Your Honor, it's going to be Kidder versus State, 117 Southern 3rd, 1166, 2013. That's a second DCA case. Backward product traditionally protects that information which relates to the case and is gathered in anticipation of litigation. This evidence had nothing to do with the case in chief. This has to do with the credibility of a witness. They didn't prepare the credibility of a witness for their case in chief. This came upon their desk because the witness is a liar.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
Thank you. I disagree. I believe when the case counsel originally cited to your arm, State versus Reagan, 495-77 is exactly what they're trying to do and what they're trying to ask the witness. I believe they're quoting from or looking at number 5 on page number 4 of that opinion, where they're talking about being divided into 2 categories. It says it is very down the connection therewith and opinion for product, i.e., the attorney's mental impressions, conclusions, opinions, theories concerning his client's case. And that's exactly what he's going into with her mental conclusions for dealing with other attorneys and discussing the case, your opinions. That is exactly what you're saying she can't testify to. I also will tell the court inside the state attorney's motion to quash the opinion and/or protective order on page 4, number 7. There's a quote, Ian versus Imano, June 9/4, 639, page 640. The prosecutor must necessarily perform investigatory functions incident to the primary duty to prosecute them of all cases. It is unnecessarily burdensome to subject them summarily to discovery by oral deposition on the ground that they acted in investigatory as opposed to a prosecutorial capacity. Subjecting prosecutors to this type of discovery of their investigation would require disclosure of the work product, seriously impedes criminal prosecution.
Anything else? Anything else?
This was not an investigation. Ms. Bradley was not in charge of investigating this. This was information that came up during a statement given, and with that information, the state attorney's office, from top to bottom, looked into whether or not it was Brady material and whether it should be given. This is not the preparation of your case. This is a function of the state attorney's office, making sure that they don't present perjured testimony. It's not for their case.
Hold on.
Excuse me?
Are you all done?
Yes.
Thank you. Judge notes sustained. That's your next witness.
Ms. Bradley, how many meetings were you present at with administration meeting, either Ms. Hawk or Mr. Pryor, where the subject of this Brady information came?
I couldn't tell you. I was in trial continuously from about late August of 2023 with the Honorable Judge Fine until last week. I finished two murder trials in that time frame.
Do you have any estimate of how many meetings you had with that?
That I was present at?
Yeah.
I would say 2, perhaps 3. I couldn't tell you exactly.
And without going into the resolutions of it or anything like that, the subject was, though, whether this should be given out as Brady.
In terms,
Sustained.
Okay. Let's look at that first Brady notice.
that's okay. Are you sure that's the first one? I believe there was one that was
There was
filed
one before
prior.
that, the first one dealing with,
The complaint, yes.
okay, in this notice here, it says, according to information from Ms. ASA Boutros, Deputy Gorel, nor any other BSO deputy was present in the conference room when Ms. King's statement was taking place, when the search warrant was executed and the phone was seized by Detective Barrett.
Yes,
Did you find that to be true or not?
yes, that's a true statement.
Okay. The undersigned spoke with Detective Barretti in regards to this incident, and Detective Barretti said he asked Deputy Gorel if Deputy Gorel was there when the phone was seized. Deputy Gorel responded something to the effect, "I can be if you needed it." If you needed me to be.
Yes.
Okay. Is that stated in Deputy Gorel's report?
Deputy Gorel's report says something to the effect I was told I was not needed and left.
Okay. So you do have a conflict then. Gorel's report said the only thing was he was told he was not needed, and here you have a statement by Moretti attributing it to Deputy Gorel.
Yes, there is a conflict.
Did you talk to Deputy Gorel?
Not until last week when he approached me in court.
Now, you sent this out on the 23rd,
Yes, sir.
and that was after you had received this letter from Mr. Adelstein. We show you the mark there. Defense exhibit I.
Yes, this was received, I think, Friday evening. Yes,
Is that an accurate copy of what you received?
that is correct. That is an accurate email that I received.
I'd like to admit this to them.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge.
Now, you received this from Mr. Adelstein, and the next day is when you produced the brief.
That is correct.
Is this a coincidence?
In terms of,
Response to this.
no, not at all. Actually, that letter was an incorrect. Adelstein said in accusing me of having a copy of the internal affairs report was not true. I personally was not in possession of the internal affairs report. My understanding about a week or so later, maybe a little bit longer, was that Mr. Killeran had received the internal affairs report, but failed to disclose it or let me know that it had been turned over to the state attorney's office. The only thing that I had at the time of the court date on the 22nd was the letter closing out the complaint as unfounded or unsubstantiated.
Okay, now, on the 26th, where has already been put into evidence as defense exhibit 2, this was sent out by Mr. Shepherd.
Yes,
Have you seen this?
I saw it after it was filed. I did not review it prior to it being filed.
Okay. This was your case, not Mr. Killer's.
Correct.
Why would Mr. Killer be sending this out?
You'd have to ask him. I couldn't tell you as to what he did or didn't do.
You did not authorize it.
I did not.
Do you disagree with what's contained in it?
I do. I do not think it is an accurate statement of how I relayed the information.
So let me read the operable part and you can tell us what you disagree.
Would you be so kind as to bring it up here? Because I do much better when I can read along.
It's like you can look.
Thank you.
Grab it down.
Yes.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you read?
Okay.
Read that line.
Sure. As to the first paragraph,
I was going to say, just go. Let's go down to where you start talking about this.
correct. The first sentence indicates that the lead ASA assigned to this matter related to SAO administrators that she spoke with Detective Moretti. Sorry.
I thought that.
That she spoke with Detective Moretti in regards to this incident, and that Detective Moretti explained that his statement to Deputy Gorell was a joke.
Okay. So is that true that Detective Moretti said to you that what he said was a joke?
No, what was intended to be conveyed was that Deputy Gorell, his response was flippant in nature. That was the joking aspect of it.
Okay, so if somebody from your office sends out a Brady notice in this case, not authorized by you, correct?
That is correct.
And in that Brady notice that I just showed you, you're saying that there are incorrect statements of fact.
That is correct.
And the incorrect statement is that you were not told by Moretti that it was joking.
That is correct. The indication has always been, and if it was inartfully conveyed at some point, the indication has always been that Deputy Gorell responded in a very flippant manner when asked about showing up. To Detective Moretti.
Does he say that in his court report, Gorell?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so the flippant matter came from Moretti, and somehow you communicated that Moretti said it was a joke. Is that what we're putting together?
I did not say that.
So you've never made the statement that Moretti said he was joking?
My statement was at all times, and if it was ever not clear or misinterpreted by whoever was listening to it, was that Deputy Gorell made the statement that was of a flippant nature.
Okay, so again, my statement that you never said that Moretti said it was a joke, that is a true statement. You've never said that.
So, you can answer the question.
That is correct.
Then on the 28th, you filed another Brady motion. The notice, and that's that's exhibit. Oh, I can't read it. No, that's identification stage. But, great. Thank you. Let me show you defense through.
Sure.
And why don't you read again that last operable paragraph?
The undersigned inaccurately relayed to SAO administrators that she spoke with Detective Moretti regarding this incident, and that Detective Moretti explained that his statement to Deputy Gorell was a joke, when she intended to relay that which is contained in the Brady notice filed on September 23rd, 2023. Additionally, the undersigned relayed to a SAO administrator that the deputy was the one trying to be found.
How did you know the deputy was trying to be found?
That is the same statement that is contained in the one on the September 23rd notice.
So I'm just asking you, that statement that the deputy was trying to be funded, whom did you get that information from?
That is how Detective Moretti relayed the conversation to me.
Okay.
That it was a flippant, off-the-cuff remark that was not intended to be any sort of, and not taken as serious by Detective Moretti. Detective Moretti didn't use any sort of information or did not try and say that Deputy Gorell was present or assisted in the search warrant in any way, shape, or form.
What exactly did Moretti say that Gorell said?
I can, something to the effect of, I can be there if you needed me to.
Is that a response to something Moretti said?
My understanding is from Deputy Gorell said that Detective Moretti asked for his name and CCN and if he had been outside when all of this happened. And so also, if you will remember, Mr. Arrington, when all of this happened, it was brought to my attention initially when I was speaking to Detective Moretti that there was an allegation of a battery by Miss King.
What I'm getting to right now is, if I have it correct, Moretti says that Gorell made that statement. And I was asking, what would Moretti have said, or did he tell you anything that prompted Gorell to say, I could be here if you want me to, I could say I was here if you wanted to, whatever the exact words are. What did Moretti tell you said that prompted that?
Detective Moretti, I don't have an exact recollection of anything that he asked or said on that, because my question to him was, what did you say? Did you ask Deputy Gorell or any DSO deputy to say they were there during the warrant?
And then he responded to you, no, Deputy Gorell said to me, I can be here if you want me.
Yes.
Unprompted by this.
Deputy Gorell's version was that Detective Moretti asked, were you the one that was outside or something to that effect? I was not present. Can't tell you exactly what happened.
Well, Moretti denies that, doesn't he?
I haven't talked to him about it since then.
So you're not sure whether Moretti disagrees with Gorell. You know that Gorell doesn't agree with the fact that he doesn't put in the report anything about this and has never said that in fact he made these statements. And then you have a prosecutor who says it did happen. So that's the information you had in front of you, correct?
Not even the comment. It is not about the I don't like arguments, respectfully, but I think these things are established.
Now, let me ask you some other questions.
Sure.
At the trial, so first of all, as far as Detective Moretti goes, he is the applicant on almost every search warrant in this case.
Quite a number of them, yes.
His credibility is an issue
Of course.
because he's the applicant. Okay. And you never let the defense know about this possible credibility issue before any of those motions would have been argued.
Sure. So, also now going into, again, her response to what she did in the case.
Hasn't it already been established? I'm asking, hasn't it already been established?
Probably right. What did, we know that Detective Moretti had a lot to do with the search warrant. He's on the affidavit, correct?
Yes, almost
He executed it, correct?
a lot of them.
At most of them, he received the evidence from whether it was Facebook or whatever social media, he received that evidence.
Correct.
He was the one that had to ferret out what was relevant, correct?
In terms of that would have been something that I would have done as well as the prosecutor on the case.
Okay. What else did he testify? What other subjects?
In terms of other subjects, he testified to being present at the collection of evidence, receiving information from the medical examiner's office. Testified for about 3 days, so I couldn't go into every single area off the top of my head.
Okay, but his credibility as to all the things witness he testified to certainly would be English, correct?
And it was attacked vigorously by prior counsel.
There was a motion to suppress the proceedings, correct?
A couple of them, I believe, about 3.
And there was no police report. I'm understanding correctly what I've been told. And that the only evidence in that motion to suppress was what Detective Moretti testified to.
You'd have to be a little bit more clear as to which motion to suppress or which specific issue you're talking about.
Fair enough. But did some situation like that occur where there was only this testimony, there was no other documents or anything?
No, not to my recollection.
Were you ever told that if you filed the September 28th Brady notice that your license would be revoked?
No.
Were you ever instructed to file the Brady notice?
Yes,
Did you comply with it?
I did.
Mr. Killoran ended up sending out one, but you did not comply?
I don't know why Mr. Killoran sent out what he did. I couldn't tell you. He did not consult with me.
John, do we have good?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not a problem. You ready to proceed?
No,
Just,
Sorry? I'm sorry, you need something?
no, I thought you were saying that, and I thought.
I just didn't hear you.
Oh, I thought you had asked me if I might ask a question.
Right, well, council asked for a 2-minute break, and we wanted to speak with his colleagues, and I gave him that, so if you're ready, you may continue, but we're all ready to proceed, go ahead.
just a couple of questions. I think you answered, but other people don't think you did. You did meet with Mr. Pryor or Ms. Falk several times about the Brady issue.
At least 2 that I
And I
recall.
think you said 2 to 3.
Yes.
My recollection. And did you go over the specific notices? Not asking whether they changed it or anything. Did you go over the notices?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna read that again. Even trying to put it that way, it's going into, the inner workings of the office and what she did with her superiors and the decision making process.
Thank you, sustain.
Was the subject of Brady notices?
At times.
Without going into what Moretti said, did you explain to Mr. Pryor and Falk and Mr. Killoran what was said by Detective Moretti? Like I said, I don't want you to go into what it was. Did you just explain it?
Just as I stated on the September 23rd Brady list, that was how it was explained.
Thank you.
Hold on, council.
Yes, you
Do you have any questions? No. Thank you. Next step down. I'm recording next week.
the same people that don't have here.
All right, so we're making sure. Yes.
I just wanted to explain some case law that maybe Your Honor isn't familiar with about what work product is and what fact work product is. And the threshold that we must argue to have Your Honor persuade Your Honor that information should come in. And we just haven't gotten there. I know that you want me to ruling, but I'd like to have Your Honor maybe listen to a little legal argument about it.
Go ahead.
So,
For concern that am I supposed to speak or am I supposed to get there?
You're not called anymore. You're the lead counsel in the case. I'd rather have you here.
so both sides talked about the Sam Brady case from the Third District Court of Appeals. And the side on it, Your Honor, is 495 Southern 2nd, 257. This case differentiates between kinds of work product, fact, work product, and opinion work product. The questions that we're asking and this information we're seeking isn't about other people's opinions about what maybe the law is. What we're seeking is, and why we have alleged against the elected state attorney and the others listed, is that they had knowledge about what had occurred in October of 22, where the allegation and the sworn testimony against Melly trying to solicit perjury happened. And what they did between that day, October of 22, and where we sit today, where these flurry of Brady notices occurred that are in conflict. So those are the differences of that about what they did. Was there an investigation? Did they consult anybody? Did they tell Ms. Bradley to file something that she refused to file? Did they realize that a first-degree murder case occurred in its entirety before the information about the lead detective trying to support perjury was known to the defense before that entire trial happened? And we've asked to accuse the whole office because we wanted to show that all had occurred, that nothing was investigated, that they sat on it for that whole time, and the knowledge of it and what, if anything, wasn't done went all the way up to Mr. Fromm. So they moved to quash it based upon the 5 days, which in this statute itself says that time limit altered for good cause. And the case law is clear that the subject matter of it, it's only protected under work product, under the statute they cited, if it's opinion work product, not fact. The facts we want to allege is who knew what when, whether anything was done about it, not the reasons why, not the opinions of law, but the facts of who knew what when, and what happened that we're sitting here a couple days before trial without the benefit of knowing all that, and whose fault it was that we're sitting here 2 days before trial, years after this happened, without knowing. So the case law says that fact work product is admissible and subject to discovery upon the showing of need. And whereas opinion testimony is absolutely or nearly impossible to be, and is privileged. So this is a black letter law from the 3rd DCA under the Reagan case. This is fact evidence that we're asking for. When the state jumps up and says it's opinion, that's not what we're asking for. We're asking for who knew what when and how, why an investigation was never done already. Seasoned prosecutor with 20 years experience testifies that she heard this man say it. And then the case is just given back to the particular prosecutor on this first-degree murder case, seeking death penalty against Mr. Devins. And then she says, well, I looked at the statement, and I didn't know about this, and I didn't do anything about it. We want to show that nobody did anything about it, and that if she compartmentalizes it into saying, oh, I only knew this little bit, so it wasn't my responsibility, and ASA Mucho said on the very day or 2 days later, we had meetings about this with Mr. Pryor, with Ms. Fall, with Mr. Keller, who was notified the same day. Why wasn't there any investigation? And I submit to you the reason is because they didn't want to upset a first-degree murder case that went on in its entirety without this ever coming up. Without, they just did an emergency investigation on allegations of Mr. Devins and him doing something improper with witnesses, witness tampering. Well, they sat for a year and never even bothered to see whether or not one of their own prosecutors' sworn testimony that a lead detective had suborned perjury was thrown under the rug and never investigated. So we want, and the way the state is trying to argue why we shouldn't have that is technical procedural stuff under the rule, which is only 5 days. Oh, this is work product. It's not work product. And the 5 days can be waived. And we're 3 days before a jury trial where Mr. Devins has a right to the speedy trial after the mistrial. He never demanded speedy trial. It's a law. There has to be a speedy trial after a mistrial. And all this stuff was brought to our attention less than 10 days ago. We're just learning, and you're hearing testimony on the right now, the eve of trial as to some of this, and we're getting blocked and arrested. And I would ask Your Honor to look at the rules and show requires, and there is good cause to have Mr. Pryor and Mr. Keller and Ms. Falk come in here. She say that Moretti said this all, but it was a joke, which is what Ms. Lutro said she said to others, that the others are the ones that evidence, and we're completely forgetting it because of procedural time restraints on subpoenas when we don't have the time, and we learned of this in an emergency without the ability to subpoena these witnesses within the 5 days. So that's where we are right now. Your Honor, in order to be able to make a determination of whether both Ms. Ms. Bradley and the rest of the state attorneys should be disqualified or recused is partly based on what Mr. Pryor, Mr. Keller, and Ms. Falk has to say, so we know whether or not they didn't do anything about this, how that could occur for 11 months in a first-degree murder case where there's such an allegation against the lead detective when they're standing behind mere days of procedure and the wrong interpretation of work product. So I've asked Your Honor to look at this again, and in order to ferret out justice, and not in the name of having the state ram a first-degree murder charge of the death penalty through without ferreting out these absolute issues of credibility of the main witness in the case. It's not fit. And so I'm asking you to relook at this.
Steve Spear.
Yes, sir. Going back, briefing then, discuss consulting and applying. That is a part of opinion for a while. It's very difficult to separate out. He wants to say, well, the fact is what tells them. They're in there talking and they're looking on the entire thing, going over their mental impressions that happened, trying to make decisions. All of this then filters back to Brady, and whether or not he is crazy. So we're not there yet. I just believe it's not about Brady. The problem is, and I know I sound repetitious, but when this court looks at the motion that they have made to keep my office, as it stands right now, this court will have no choice but to deny. They need to amend their motion. And we're sitting here today arguing all of this on a motion that is completely and utterly legally insufficient. So I don't see any benefit in going further into the office's, into the, what, inner workings of the office and opinion and what work product, or any of the privileges. When they don't even stand on a proper motion. There, stand, well, then they form some prejudice statement, itself must, so.
Thank you. Anything else, Council? Thank you. You have any other witnesses?
Only the ones we can't call.
Talking about Mr. Pryor and Ms. Falk and Ms. Hillary. Thank you. Council, so you know, nobody asked me to set this case down for hearing today. I know the trial's coming up. We're supposed to go on Monday. I set it down for hearing because I was concerned about it because I thought this was something that was very important, needed to get resolved. So I set it down for hearing. Nobody said, you know, time isn't good, i.e. we need more time to do X, Y, or Z, or get subpoenas out, anything like that. I specifically asked Bradley to be here because she's the lead attorney. I looked to her as to these Brady notices because it's her obligation to things, and I specifically wanted to hear from her. She's the lead attorney, so I had her here. But in any event, regarding the state's objection to the things regarding Mr. Pryor, that objection is sustained, and to Mr. Killeran and to Ms. Paul. So I don't know where we're at now. There's no other witnesses for the purpose of this hearing. If you want to, I understand your argument. If you have something you want to argue in addition to what you've mentioned and indicated before about disqualifying Ms. Bradley and or the Office of the State Attorney, I'd like to hear it. So if there's anything else you want to say or share with me about the motion, I'd like to hear it.
Well, first of all, Your Honor, the state filed their motion to quash, and they asked for a hearing as soon as possible. We assumed that we were going to be in front of you yesterday, and if that had occurred because they asked for an immediate hearing on it, we would have then been able to say to you, Your Honor, this is the situation we're in. Can you help us out and allow us to get a subpoena within a day? But that did not occur.
It did not occur, and that is my fault, my office's fault. Evidently, there was an email that was sent to my secretary, Ms. Ingrid, and she showed me a response. Did not see that in the email. Didn't show me the email, but didn't bring it to my attention that there was a request there for hearing. I didn't realize that or didn't see it. Wasn't advised of that. My understanding was there was no phone call regarding hearing. But regardless, there is something in the note, and I saw that this morning, or excuse me, yesterday, before I left, and I told Ingrid to put it on in the morning. So that's how that happened. That was my office, my fault, nobody else's fault. They did request a hearing. It was in an email. I assume you got it, but I didn't see it.
So, Your Honor, with that in mind, our position has to be that you we filed the motion, you set the hearing. The amount of time that you gave us for the hearing, as far as when it was set, was within that 5-day period that the rules require us to give notice. Therefore, technically, we could never comply with that rule and be able to get notice. Also, at that same time, contemporaneously, we received notice from the state as to depositions that they will not confer with us as far as depositions, and that we have to subpoena them for everything. So there was a breakdown in us basically being able to call up the state and say, hey, can we get this done? Can we do that? The communications haven't been the greatest. But the bottom line of it is that we expect to be in court on Thursday. And at that time, we was, Your Honor, hearing yesterday on. But regardless of it, we still need the court's help. And what the court seems to be saying is, well, I'm not going to help you, and you can't call these witnesses, so go ahead and argue. We didn't do anything to put us in this position, Your Honor. The court set the hearing within 2 days. The rules say that we have to subpoena give 5 days notice. The state wouldn't take our subpoenas because of that. We come to court, and the people we want to have testify are in this building, and the court is not exercising its power, which the court has, because they are the state, and the state is a party to this. So you have the power to have them come down here, anybody in the state attorney's office. You won't exercise that, and then you're telling me to argue right now. This violates due process, Your Honor. I mean, what due process have we been given? No access to the witnesses, can't subpoena them, no time to get access to the witnesses, a 2-day notice. We've done everything that we could. You said we had a motion cutoff date, that got extended to tomorrow. We filed everything we could as quickly as possible to give the court as much notice of everything. But for us not to be able to have these witnesses to show the institutional breakdown because of this Brady violation, this prejudices us because the state, and there's a case here, Izquierdo, and I'll get the site in a second. In that case, they go into the fact that a prosecutor had been disciplined by the state for other actions, but they kept him on, and then in this case, they go through a laundry list of all the things that he did wrong in the case, and they hold it to the state attorney's office, and they say that under these facts in the case, the state attorney's office itself could have been the one that could have been refused for it, because it was institutional. Well, we only can get to institutional if we can talk to the, and that's Ms. Pryor, that's Mr. Pryor, that's Ms. Falk, and Mr. Tillery. And you can only make your decision after you hear them. And we need your help, because if not, our due process rights are being violated, that we can't call the witnesses. Our Sixth Amendment rights are being of confrontation. Our rights are being violated right now unless we get help from this court. Because we didn't set the times, we didn't set the parameters. We're just here doing what the court asked. No.
Anything else from the defense or state?
Again, yeah, the state, very right, and we did have one process of protected. Our right to do that, and we did those witnesses that they tried to speak here. And it still stands, the same reason this morning stands that. Counsel continues, again, I know that's not about the record, he's talking about the institutional problems, he's citing case law, none of that. It's in his motion. The four points, he's gone way outside the 4 points motion, and that results in prejudice. You don't have to all I am, and I have, again, he hasn't set forth any reason to have shown. I'm sorry, he can't argue conflict, and he says that there's the state showing the defendant had actual prejudice in order to solve argument. So I just asked, and at this point, I don't think there's any legal sufficiency in the motion that they're standing on.
Let me ask you this, the assistant state attorney, Ms. Bradley, they call, the defense calls her as a witness during trial to rebut or to challenge the credibility of Detective Brady's test his credibility based upon this alleged allegation that happened in front of Ms. Boutros. They call Ms. Boutros, and they want to call Ms. Bradley. Talk about corruption, bias, motivation to testify, things of that nature. Why wouldn't that be allowed? Why wouldn't they be able to cross-examine or put Mr. Moretti's Detective Moretti's credibility in question by something that happened previously, i.e. on this November or October 2022 meeting, the allegation where it said that by Ms. Boutros that the witness basically was telling him, "I'll do it if you need to. I'll be there if you need me there," or something to that effect. Whatever the language is, it goes directly to his credibility. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But why couldn't they bring that up to attack his credibility?
At that point, first of all, as I told before, when if the trial goes, it's all the state is not everything. We agree to it. Right?
Well, how is she ever going to be able to try the case if she is a witness in the case?
Well, if you have this testimony is out there, right? Then you call the detective, stand. You can cross, you obviously can cross it, or try, this is all theoretical.
It is theoretical, but that's what I'm concerned with is what happens if you have a situation where Detective Moretti's credibility is attacked by this incident that Ms. Boutros testified about today, and she is called as a witness. My understanding from, you may not have seen it, I thought we talked about it this morning, but my understanding is, and one of the things that concerned me was defense counsel put down Ms. Bradley as a defense witness for this issue. So if that's the case, and they intend her to call, and there's issues about it because you have two different Brady notices that Ms. Bradley signed, all right, that there's some inherent conflict in that. Why wouldn't they be able to discuss that in front of the jury with Detective Moretti? And if that's the case, and they're telling you that they're going to call her as a witness to do exactly that, why should she be on the case?
And at this point, what we're going to know, we have no testimony from the detective.
I agree with that. I totally agree with that. I don't know what the detective's going to say.
At this point, it's completely speculative as to what would happen, and I don't know if that is going to, if they, listen, that could happen in any case, they could call a prosecutor. At the end, they decided not to, but it is, the case law says that you can call prosecutors to the stand, not necessarily. You can call them to the stand, and it doesn't require a refusal. So, I think at this point, there's not enough information to be able to give you a solid answer on that, but certainly the case law says, well, you can call a prosecutor to the stand, or more than one prosecutor to the stand. That doesn't result in automatic disqualification.
We have bar rules that basically says attorneys can't be both advocates and witnesses. They're in bar rules, and if the better practice is for somebody to be reassigned and get out of the case if they're going to be a witness in the case. That's nothing new. It's been around for years. And we have something where, in this case, defense counsel, Ms. Bradley as a witness. And whether or not she's ever going to testify in the case, I don't know. But, they've listed her as a witness. And there's an issue regarding multiple Brady notices that went out. So if she is called as a witness, how is she going to argue, for someone's credibility and basically to dispute or say that whatever Ms. Boutros said that Ms. Boutros is called is not credible, and Mr. Moretti is, Detective Moretti is credible, or something along those lines. I just see that as being an issue. I don't know how to resolve it.
Well, at this point, I respond to it's collateral or extrinsic evidence, or questions of disability.
How's that collateral? It goes through its credibility, Detective Moretti's credibility. That's
It's
not
extrinsic. You're looking to determine whether or not it's against. A lot of times under the rules, with only certain things you can cross-examine each other. There's other things you can't. But it's a Brady. We at that point. And after that, again, okay, I understand, I get it, I get the course.
What do you mean we didn't have a Brady yet?
Pardon?
What do you mean we didn't get to Brady?
There's no determination by the court as to whether or not that one what Secretary Brady allegedly said. It's the same. Every single one is the first one. No, I don't believe you put the first one dead. That was back in August 30th. And then there's three after. And it's the same thing. That's the Brady. And is it material? Does it meet all the three problems of Brady? That has to be decided, because if it's Brady, one has to make a decision what it's going to do. They have to think on the decision. If it's not Brady, the problem then, that's why all of this is a problem. Because if it's not Brady, that's for the state to decide, right? The state always, people don't like it. That's what the Supreme Court said. The state would consider it's not Brady. And if it turns out at the end it's not Brady, then the state would have no obligation, at least under the rules of recording, right? You have to turn it on. So, that's why today, I just thought we were going sort of in reverse, partly by the horse. We were sort of going toward the Brady issue, instead of looking at this third motion to disqualify. But again, as is, can't stand.
Anything else? Anything else from
Just briefly, the case law seems to be very clear that the state attorney's office can continue a prosecution if one of their state attorneys is a witness. But I found no case law that says that a state attorney can be a witness in a trial in which that state attorney is trying the case. I don't believe it exists. Have not been able to find it. So therefore, we start off with the rule of whether the state can still prosecute, and the answer is yes, unless we get to this level of what I've been talking about institutional, I don't want to use the word corruption, it's not institutional prejudice. And I think we can establish that if we have these other witnesses. But as to Ms. Bradley, which is what you've been dealing with, yeah, there's a good chance she's going to be called as a witness, because I don't know what Brady is going to exactly say about these things. I don't know whether it's going to contradict what Ms. Boustro said. And Ms. Bradley certainly could be there to either bolster what Ms. Boustro says, contradict what Mr. Moretti said, because she has had personal conversations with Moretti, and that may become evidence at trial. There's a good chance she gets home.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you. So, Council, I'm going to defer room and take it under advisement, motion under advisement. I understand that you want me to reopen it regarding other witnesses. I understand that. You're not having asked for a continuance. You want to go ahead with your trial. We're going to do that, but we have several motions that are pending. You be prepared to go forward on the motions. State should be prepared to go forward on the motions, and we'll see where it goes. Well, I'll let you know sometime today. All right?
The reason I'm asking, Ron, is
I understand why you're reading. You need to know.
I need to know this.
But I need to think.
No, I understand, but I need to get notices out to them because they're not going to accept anything that's not within 5 days. So I got.
Aren't all the, whoever you need for the motion to suppress, aren't they all under state subpoena? Would they be available?
Well, those are the motions to suppress. They may be. We're not talking about those other motions we have.
What other motions you have?
We have the motion on to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct. I've got it all in front of me. We have several motions in limine, and then we have the motions to suppress evidence.
Understood. I have a list of them. So, you know, you talk it over with counsel, you tell me which ones that there's some agreement as to what you want to have first, with the witnesses are that you need, their availability. And what my understanding is, because the case is set for trial, I would have thought most of the witnesses are available. I could be wrong on that, but that's what
Well, they're being available and being made available to us. Two different things.
And they're opening it out in the state for next week. This is pre-qualifying. That any witnesses should be available. I need an opportunity to give them to get whatever witnesses are needed for these various motions. And we're at 24, I think now 27 that have been filed by defense. The state has a couple of other motions that I'm trying to get filed. However, I was called to court and needed to do so that also need to be heard. So there's definitely some time that we need to do on that. We have until October 9th, timeframe 21st to begin jury selection and to start that process. My suggestion would be that we set aside time for motions to begin next week and try and get those handled, because it is inappropriate to try and pick a jury when we don't know what the issues or what the evidence of the case is.
That's what I thought a week, 10 days ago. But you all told me that we wanted to start with the jury, pick a jury, and go on Fridays. That's what I was told.
That's what defense said. The state suggested that we should do the motions first on that.
All right, regardless, you talk it over and see what you can resolve and which ones you want to have first. I'm gathering that you want to have the motion to dismiss her first.
Yes.
All right, any objection to that?
Judge, I believe we have a date for the motion.
Excuse me, I'm asking you to state, what objection to that?
No, the motion to dismiss is set for October 20th.
That's not good enough. Yeah, you've got plenty of time to discuss it. We need to move it up. This needs to get expedited.
Can we take a 2-minute recess?
Sure, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Evans, can you go downstairs? You rush to work? Thank you. One recess.
So I think that, remember your recess yesterday, to let them use some suggestions. But they said 10 minutes.
Hey, how are you?
It's all good, huh? Yeah. Oh, I heard it. What happened that suddenly you decided to do it in September? Step in it. Thank you.
Ever. Except now, or maybe later. I don't know. What's the difference? It's all over the I need a little bit more like for you. Just think it's mine. She's mine.
Never paid attention to it at all.
I don't know. I was talking to the judge said she's fine. I can't give her back. He said, for you, because she's Asian. Yes. Yeah, today he's not here. We're gonna Oh, I'm sorry. Nowhere near how about that? She's not walking. No.
What a minute.
No, that is.
No, can you imagine?
Yeah. I was going to say Jackson. It's a Supreme the Melly? Yes. Post Melly. It's the pre-Melly. Well, in this case, he can come to us anytime. We were expecting it. We were expecting yesterday. We were expecting this morning. So now we're like, tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Sit there? Is that what you're telling me? To sit there?
And I'll make it, there was only one.
Okay.
Where I'll come back and get this.
I'm so sorry.
Let's go, and it was, she put up
They gave it to me. They said that when they came and dropped it over by the
the first one went back to they went back to the next two went to their driver. You did not throw sharp objects in your mom's feet because you didn't change the surgery and you wanted to manage. So let's not pretend. No, it's that. The important thing was that the dad was right. But anyway, they went to grandma. No one actually there. But the first little bit we got very attention.
Two. Well, it's almost mellow time. Well, maybe it's just.
Damn, they finally cut the sound. Bitch, I was eavesdropping like a motherfucker. I waiting on somebody to say, yeah, I F that bitch up there on the stand.
Boy, you a fool, boy.
Hey, Law and Crime know what the fuck they be doing. Law and Crime be leaving that shit on purpose, bro. I'm telling you. There ain't no goddamn accident. They got superiors. They got people who be watching these streams, making sure they doing the job right. They leaving that shit on purpose, cuz I'm telling you. Hey, Nep, what it is, Nep?
Yo, Uncle Marita, what's up, man? What's happening with you?
What's good, man? What you got? What you feel about this case? It's wild, ain't it, man?
Man, this case is weird. I don't get it.
For real. So I'm gonna tell you what I heard. He ain't gonna dismiss the case because he said that he went to talking about the trial and they need to get EG wanted to do this before the trial, and so he insinuated he ain't finna dismiss the case. But I think powdered head ass Christine ass is out of here. She gonna be in a hotel room with some lines on the mirror tonight with a goddamn $100 bill rolled up, halfway naked. You know what I'm talking about? Talking to herself. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think he gonna. I'm with you. I got the same just, which I think is crazy because, like, bro, like her signature is on 2 conflicting documents about what Moretti said and what happened in that situation. That alone doesn't make her credible.
Right. Hey, before we get into it, y'all hit that like button. Please hit that like button, man. We got 130 people in here. Salute to y'all, man. Salute to y'all. Listen, I appreciate the chat, man. Listen, I'm having so much fun. I know the case, the hearing is interesting, but I'm having so much fun conversing with y'all in the chat, man. Y'all is crazy, man. Shout out to the chat, man. The chat is live today, man. I ain't even been to sleep, y'all. I got off of work at 10 o'clock. And I've been going live ever since then. I got to be back at work in about 3 more hours, and I don't give a fuck because I'm rocking out with y'all, man. Go ahead, though, Dre.
But yeah, and then like it's crazy because like, bro, did you hear her explanation for why the mix about the joke was?
So go over it for the people who just jumped in and may have not heard it. Go ahead. What did you hear?
Bro, so she gonna try to say that it wasn't Moretti who was joking. It was the officer. The officer was joking, saying, "I'm wherever you need me to be." And she said, but she basically trying to say Moretti didn't say what he said. But it's like, why would the officer say that if Moretti didn't say what he said? Like that didn't even make sense.
She tried to put it off. She tried to put it off on the officer because the officer ain't involved in this case, ain't he?
Yeah, but the crazy part is one of the documents she signed, I don't know if she didn't realize it or not, but she signed it saying that's what Moretti said. And she admitted in open court that that's what she signed, that's what Moretti said. So that's where I was like, bro, like she just cooked herself.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Let me take this off so we can see nephew. Yeah, nephew, this thing crazy. I definitely think he kicking off the case though, because I could hear how he was voicing his opinions and displeasure about whether Christine was going to be able to be called as a witness. How can she be prosecuting Melly and then go from being the prosecutor to possibly being on the stand? Because he was saying that Melly's attorneys most likely or it's a possibility, and it's a high possibility that they're going to question Moretti's credibility, and being so, they will be able to call Christine up there to testify to the violation or the serving of the warrant illegally that he did to Melly's mama, and that in itself, they said it's never been a case like that. They say that never happened before.
Exactly.
So I definitely think her ass is out of here. You know what I'm saying? And like y'all say, they're gonna have that little brown box, goddamn it, with her name wrote on that shit in marker, waiting on her ass. She got to put them little pictures of her goddamn graduating law school and all that shit in that little bit ass box. That box ain't gonna even be big enough to put all her shit in there, bitch. But you got to get that shit in one swoop and go. You can't come back in this office 2 times to pick up shit. You go.
And you know they already got her on the defense witness list.
Right, exactly. She already on the defense witness list. Hell yeah, and he gonna and he right. I mean, listen, we said the same thing. All of us said the same thing, and we ain't even no damn law students. We just watched Law and Order, Matlock, Perry Mason, and goddamn CSI Criminal Intent. Goddamn it, Miami, and we could tell that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, her ass is out of here. Her ass is out of here. Powder head ass.
Bro, if I'm them, bro, I'm trying to get Melly to take a plea so fast because how are they gonna be able to secure conviction now, bro?
Right, because okay, so and regardless, just like we said, regardless of what, Moretti, he ain't kicking Moretti out of the case, so Moretti gonna still have to touch that stand, and when he touch that stand, the first thing they gonna do is bring up this shit right here, and that's gonna open a whole side door, a whole nother ball of wax that's gonna come in front of the jury about this situation that Moretti did in this case that he shouldn't have did. That's gonna bring Christine ass on the stand. They definitely gonna call her. If I'm Melly's attorneys, I'm dying for goddamn Moretti to touch that stand because I'm gonna call Christine Bradley ass on that stand. I'm gonna call Miss Boutros on that stand. We're gonna have a whole 2 week of just going down that goddamn rabbit hole because I'm gonna beat that in the jury head that she corrupt, he corrupt, the whole police force corrupt, the state attorney corrupt. That's what I'm gonna do if I'm his attorneys.
Oh, for sure. They just gave them a whole bunch of ammo that they didn't have in the first case, first trial that they're gonna have in this trial, bro. And you already seen how the first trial went, bro. So this second trial might be crazy. It's gonna be 10 times crazier than the first one.
It's gonna be 10 times crazy, man. Hit that like button, y'all. We got almost 150 people in here, man. Salute to the chat. Hey, man, if y'all want to, man, drop a comment in the comment section. Let me know where y'all from, y'all city, y'all state, y'all street. Not y'all gang, man. Not y'all gang. You know what I mean? Not the gang. We ain't trying to do the gang. But the city, your state, you know what I'm saying? Y'all get around dropping the gang. Just drop your state and your street, goddamn it, your hood, goddamn it. But salute to the chat. Hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Go ahead, though.
Hey, bro. So did you hear when she tried to say that the DA that actually wrote the Brady rule report or whatever? Do you hear how she said that he was lying?
No, what she said?
You don't remember when the dude asked him, he was like, well, did you have anything to do with the person who wrote this Brady report? She was like, no, she was like, that Brady report is lying, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're lying in that report. So not only did she try to say that old girl was lying, she tried to say that the person who wrote the report, the initial Brady report, was lying as well. Dang, I forgot the dude name. There was a dude named Burrell. Was it Burrell?
I heard him say Burrell. Yup.
Yeah, it's Burrell. Yeah, D.A. Burrell. She's trying to say D.L. Burrell is also lying too. So she not lying. It's the other state attorney. It's the two other state attorneys that's lying.
Damn. So she did get up there and lie.
Bro, she got up there and lied, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, bro, she got up there and lied, bro. They gonna cook her and Moretti, bro. There's no way that they're gonna get the conviction of him now. Because once she get on the stand and Moretti get on the stand and the defense cook both of them about how they lying, no jury is gonna want to convict that man just off that alone.
Bro, do y'all see what, bro? This shit, we can't make this shit up, dog. Do y'all see what happened? The people that's supposed to be honest and true, and supposed to be convicted Melly, who's supposed to be the bad guy in this situation, they done turned into the bad guys. Well, they always was the bad guys. They just was wolves in sheep clothing. But they is the bad guys, and they got exposed in the process of trying to expose or convict another bad guy. Bro, I'm fucking floored. Dog.
Even the dude who was oh my bad. Go ahead.
I say Melly attorneys, they the goats, man. They the goats, dog. They done pulled the fluke rule. Shout out to Music 101. That's his term. The fluke rule. They done pulled the fluke rule, and Melly got the state attorney on trial while they got him on trial. Nigga, they the goats, bro. They the goats. Go ahead though.
Bro, even the state attorney who was up there pleading the case for them not to be able to hear it or whatever, Yeah, he lied and said how he brought the whole case that you can have a DA up there and she still could do a job or what the case would be. And a fifth person came up there, bro, like we never had a case like that in history. He came up and proved that he was lying.
Right, history, lying motherfucker, bro. Listen, we are witnessing some shit here. We witnessing what we already knew, thought, but we seeing it now. This shit corrupt as hell, dog. This shit corrupt, dog. Bro. I mean, we already knew it, but you know, it be fall on deaf ears when a motherfucker be in there who really doesn't, you know what I'm saying, did some shit or who ain't got the money to expose the corruption. But we seeing this shit live, you know what I'm talking about, in real time, broadcast all over the world. It's people in here from everywhere. And I'm pretty sure there's people on Law and Crime who watching this from everywhere, bro. These people ain't shit. They ain't shit. Wow. Melly ain't shit, and they ain't shit either. Damn. God damn, bro. It's evil everywhere.
We have not had discussions with the state about that.
We were talking amongst ourselves.
Well, when I left, you indicated you wanted to hear the motion to dismiss first.
I think the motion to discussion first.
They have any objection then? When you want to hear it? 20th is not, that's too far down the road.
So Judge, we, as the defense speak with the proposition, I guess Mr. Anderson could communicate on behalf of the defense what we would suggest.
Sure. We have that 5-day notice that we have, so we are basically concluded from what I can tell, anything next week on that motion.
Who do you need to call as a witness? Who do you need to call as a witness?
Ms. Bradley, Ms. Boutros, Ms. And we probably could adopt some of this testimony we had today. I'm not trying to be redundant, but we're going to need Ms. Falk, we're going to need Mr. Kilburn, and we're going to need Mr. Pryor.
And we can subpoena them first thing Monday, but if you allow it to be heard on next Friday, you're really not extending the 5 days other than a few hours.
May I suggest something that the state tell us when they're available sometime next week, and we'll work around their schedule. I know they're very busy individuals, and if they could just inform us when they're available, we would do that motion.
Well, I think in order to get to do that motion, we're going to have to go and revisit the motions for squash and for protective order.
Well, then we're going in the circle. That's just my assessment.
But we're trying to remedy this argument by the state that we didn't give them adequate.
So I guess the concern I always had is the time frame is one thing. The other issue is how you are able to call Mr. Pryor, I guess, as a witness. I have my own concerns as to how you do that. He's the elected state attorney. I guess I have to revisit exactly what you put in your motion as to why the dismissal, but I thought it had more to do with the failure of the state to comply with its obligations.
Judge, the motion simply is the state failed to provide Brady. Normally, the remedy for failure to provide Brady is a new trial. However, there comes a level of prosecutorial misconduct in which due process is violated. That dismissal is the proper remedy. One of the ways that you get to dismissal is by the fact of showing that it's an institutional defect, basically, institutional prejudice. That's what we're going to be trying to show. So that is the focus of the motion, That does not answer your question as to whether or not we can call Mr. Pryor or not call Mr. Pryor, but that is not the focus of the motion. As far as calling Mr. Pryor, I don't see, as they say with Donald Trump every day, he's not above the law. Mr. Pryor is not above the law. He has germane testimony and evidence and information that pertains to the operation of the state attorney's office as it relates to this Brady motion, as it relates to the Brady evidence that was not given out timely for the first trial and that we've just received. He has information as to what he has told his underlings or the people that work for him and whether that was followed. If it wasn't followed and he allowed it to go by, that also can be looked at as institutional. So we have the right to find out what he did, who he said what to, all the circumstances. And it's not really our right, Your Honor. It's your right also. You have the right, the duty to know all that is going to transpire so that you can make a fair determination of whether the case should be dismissed or not. And the only way you will know all that is by us calling these witnesses.
If I could just interject one thing, Jeff. Ms. Bradley testified that she had meetings with Mr. Pryor. The pleadings on the Brady notices say, and Ms. Boutros said, that she told Mr. Pryor what Detective already said, that he said these things, but it was a joke, but then she changed her mind in the Brady things. If he's a fact witness as to what Ms. Bradley told him, yes, Mr. Moretti told me that I said it was a joke. That puts him right there in the middle of what was said to Your Honor in a Brady file. And that it was that there was perjury made by she and Mr. Moretti. So it goes right to the heart of it. They alluded to you a few minutes ago, oh, we don't know if it's Brady yet. So, we have to file a case law that says that any impeachment evidence such as this is Brady. They sat on for a year. In that year, if Ms. Bradley said to Mr. Pryor, here's what Moretti said, and Mr. Pryor didn't do anything about it when he was notified back in October of 22, I believe that this is one of those rare instances where the elected state attorney is a witness. And that's why we want to call. That's why we still want to call. That's why we think his evidence, if we believe that's what he's going to say, goes right to the heart of our motion to dismiss.
Your Honor, there are two cases I have. I can't find the third one, but one is First, and the other one is Logan versus State. And all the reason I'm bringing them out for is in these cases, various state attorneys testified in hearings such as this. So, in fact, here in the Hearst case, 18 Southern 3rd, 975, 2009, the prosecutor, David Ritter, testified at the evidentiary hearing that he never talked to Anthony Williams about his cases and that he never made any promise to him ending the case. I bring that out only to show that the prosecutor testified in these types of hearings. In Pittman versus State, 90 Southern 3rd, 794, 2011. At the evidentiary hearing, Assistant State Attorney Ritter testified that he was unaware of Detective Cosper's handwritten notes of his interviews with David Pound on June, blah, blah, blah. What I'm pointing out again, Your Honor, is we can call these people as witnesses if they have evidence that is germane to this issue.
There's no carving out of the elected state attorney is any different than anybody else in his office. And I know it's delicate because he's has an office, but that doesn't mean he's immune to being a witness when he is a witness. There's nothing special about it. And we respectfully request that we need to hear what he has to say. If you can exclude it after you hear it. But I think what he has to say is going to be very germane and relevant to this.
You have no idea what he's going to say.
I believe he's going to say, based on what Ms. Boutros did, and she told me on the phone that she testified to in the court, that he was told by Mrs. Bradley that, yeah, Moretti told me he said this, but he only meant it as a joke. If she said that back then, and then all of a sudden changed her testimony in the latest Brady notice, it shows that she's complicit and is not telling the truth either. And that's why she should be thrown off the case. I know Your Honor hasn't ruled yet, but that goes to the heart of the impeachment testimony and the heart of the prosecutorial misconduct in the case. We believe, based on what Ms. Boutros said and was a part of in that office, that she changed her story and told Mr. Harold Pryor, Moretti told me he said it, but it was a joke. And then she changed her whole thing, and why did Killoran file this Brady notice that said, just what I'm telling you, it was said. Yeah, he said it, but it was a joke. Where'd that come from? Out of thin air? And then she filed something. I mistakenly said this to, I forgot the exact word, some ridiculous word of I'm changing my testimony now, and Moretti never said it. Where she then admitted that she said it to Mr. Pryor, but now says she did. That's not relevant to this case. And I'm sorry, just because he's elected state attorney doesn't mean he shouldn't be held to the same standard as his underlings and held to the standard of telling the truth about hearing the statement from a prosecutor who either lied then or is lying now. Because it's evident that she, in her own words, said, I said something, but I didn't mean it. She's a trained lawyer. She misstated the lead detective in the case, admitted that he tried to have the guy commit perjury, but then she mistakenly meant somebody else said something else. That's preposterous. And it should show you that we, in good faith, need to ferret out what really happened. Because it's both said in some of the various Brady notices that change her story.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, let me start at the report. First concern is good. But it's case law dealing with the fact of a overreach from the list from the judicial branch onto the executive. I need to do research on that. It's the problem. You're right there. There are issues sometimes.
Maria, you stupid.
Overreach to the judiciary, overreach to the executive. That's a case they cited. It sounds to me as though that maybe it could have been a pre-joint, but I don't know. Please, offhand, that the gentleman was citing to the court, but it sounds as though the testimony in that case was 3850. The issue is getting messed up because Brady, right? It's got to be material. And also, Mr. Pryor was not there when the Brady statement was made. Mr. Falk was not there. Mr. Pilgrim was not there. No, they were not there. So you're saying, well, what if they have nothing but hearsay? And then on top of that, look, if you take that hearsay and the office has to, investigate or to make decisions on Brady, that's all, again, there we go back to the trial. Because how do you determine the materiality? You've got 100 lawyers in the room. Show this to them. 50 will say, oh, that's not Brady, and 50 will say that's Brady. Because there's not a great understanding of what materiality is and how you make a determination on Brady. So,
Counsel, respectfully, when I hear something about evidence going to the credibility of a lead detective in the case, that to me is important as material.
And that may well be, but if you search Brady standard, you have to look at the whole thing and determine whether or not there's a reasonable probability if that had been presented to the jury, that it may have either caused an unfair trial or may have changed the verdict. And that's a lot. That's a lot of speculation. You might not like what you heard, but presented to a jury, if it's even admissible, presented to a jury, well, they might take it into account, they might not. it's not like, okay, the Brady material was a video that showed that the defendant absolutely wasn't at crime scene that night.
But isn't that missing the point as to what a jury's gonna do with the information? That the point is that the jury gets the information. That the jury, the defense gets the information, that they have a choice as to what they do with it if they think it's material, based upon what it is, that they can present it to the jury possibly. They can make a decision as to that. That's what Brady's all about. Is just you turn over what we have very liberal discovery rules in the state of Florida, and there's a federal case talks about turning over those types of evidence. And it's always been, as far as I know, that when credibility is and impeachment are in question, that's covered under Brady. Those types of information, that type of evidence is covered. If you have something that shows a witness isn't telling the truth or something along those lines, that's Brady material, and that needs to be turned over. At least that's my understanding of it.
And my understanding is, you have to meet the materiality standard. That's what it is.
You wouldn't think that's
a reason probability. There would be a different possibility. The outcome that was achieved without it would be different than the outcome achieved with it. That's the last part of the law.
I agree with.
Actually, Your Honor, that is not, that's one of the four can be interpreted. Does it cast a light on it that you can't be comfortable or confident in the verdict?
So we're getting a feel. I guess the question really is whether or not, assuming that they subpoenaed the key people in the office, Ms. Falk, Mr. Killeran, and Mr. Pryor, and you file your motion to quash again. What is the viability of that? What should my ruling be? I ruled this morning, not the same issue. This has to do with disqualification of the state attorney's office as well as that. But I didn't hear, and I know your argument is about prejudice. There's no actual prejudice, and that's, you can argue to strike the whole motion. I didn't. I put on what they want. I know they didn't put all the evidence that they thought they needed in here, but I didn't see how we got to allow Mr. Pryor to testify at this point. Because it's just an allegation. I haven't seen anything that said that Ms. Boutros or anyone else said that he orchestrated some type of cover-up or told somebody not to testify or don't do this. I didn't hear anything like that. And I heard testimony from Ms. Boutros, who is the main witness regarding this topic, as well as Ms. Bradley. So I don't know where this goes, respectfully. And so what I'd like you to do is to give me some type of short brief. You go ahead and subpoena your people for next Friday hearing. I'm going to tell them if they get subpoenaed out, and then I'll hear the motion quash. We'll say on Tuesday, but you get the briefs to me tomorrow, on Monday. Is that enough time for you to do something?
Sure.
Is that enough time for you?
We're going to get the subpoenas out and go out on Monday, or we're going to still be in the same issue. They're going to say,
No, I'm telling you, I'm shorting the time.
thank you.
And if they get a service, they do it. Let's just get it done. I mean, this is not something, I'm not ruling on the motion of your proposed motion to quash the subpoena, but I understand it's coming. I just want this to move along in some type of reasonable manner. Is that all right?
You will get you on Monday, with
a short break.
with our reasoning for why it works.
That's fine. Then you can do something at the same time. Why I should allow Mr. Pryor and the powers that be in the state attorney's office to testify. I'll have that chance to do it. We can talk about it on Tuesday, and then just tell Mr. Pryor and Ms. Falk and Mr. Killeran that there's a possibility they could be subpoenaed. There's a subpoena process ongoing. There might be a hearing that their testimony would be required on Friday, but I haven't made that decision.
And you like the short brief by for the business on Monday or?
That's fine. For the business. Good for you.
We follow whatever the court says.
All right, so we get it on Friday and we'll do it, or excuse me, on Monday. I spoke, I apologize. We'll set something up for a hearing, it's Tuesday, or do you need one, do Wednesday? Is that all right?
No idea what our schedule is like. I know they're supposed to be here, but I'm not supposed to be. Well, I can be here Tuesday as well.
So that's this motion, that's the plan. And then what about some of these other motions? We have 13 motions to suppress. I know we have a couple of other motions. How are you going to handle those?
With regards to the amendment, there's a couple of different options. We can look at if we're going forward on those on the week of the 16th. My suggestion is set 2 or 3 each day so that we can be adequately prepared for them. Some of them may not require testimony on each individual motion. We could do all the testimony of the motions to suppress sometime on the 16th.
Harrison, does that work for you?
Your Honor, as I said, I'll make anything.
So assuming that's the case, now what happens if I grant defendant's request that you're out off the case, Brad? Who's coming in and take over?
Address that if we have to, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
We will address that if we have to.
On that issue, Your Honor, we want to play around. We anticipate calling Ms. Bradley in our case.
Now, I think you made that clear to me before. I've said that at
I
least
just want to make it very
3 or 4 times that I received a notice, and I know counsel suggested he wasn't aware of it, but I received a witness list that she was going to be a witness. And when I say a witness, I'm talking about your case in chief. That's what your intent is.
Yes.
That was made clear.
My suggestion on that, everyone goes to all the short memorandum on that issue.
That's fine. Do it the same if you want.
Thank you.
Anything else to discuss now?
What are we doing Monday?
No.
Fair enough. I like it.
I mean, well, my understanding is you want to hear the motion. Let's just make sure we have a batting order. You want to hear the motion to dismiss. That's going to be heard on you said Tuesday. You're going to have memos to me by Monday, 5 p.m. Do you have that, Travis? That's what everybody agreed on, correct?
Thanks, guys.
No, I thought the actual motions are the next Friday. Because we need those witnesses.
Tuesday's motion to quash.
Right.
Your Honor stated.
Right.
That's correct.
I
Friday.
apologize. You're right. You're right. I misspoke. So the motion to quash will be, it's going to, there's nothing new in your motion to quash, correct? It's going to be the same basic argument, right? You'll get that out, and you're going to go ahead and get your subpoena. So that's on Tuesday, right? You'll have the memos on Monday by 5, and then the motion to dismiss is on Fridays. Is that correct? What date is that?
Can we move that up, Judge? Is we do the motion to quash Tuesday?
I'm just asking you what date you're doing. So we're talking about Tuesday, the 10th is the motion to quash. When are we having the motion to dismiss?
Is that right? Is that Friday?
That's why I thought the council saying you should move it up.
Can we go Wednesday? Would that be a problem? If we know who's going to testify, why can't we go Wednesday?
Yeah.
The attorney, I would say attorney, I mean, they got it. Correct. Yeah, very hard.
So you're saying Friday would be better. All right, so Friday. All right. So that's the 13th on the motion to dismiss. And then on the motions to suppress and the motion, there's a couple of motions limiting, I think, as well. We're going to start those on the 16th. Is that correct?
So that would be, state's suggestion would be that just based on the number of them, 3 or 4, between each day, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Or you need different witnesses for these?
There are so many of them, I haven't even fully reviewed each one in depth. There are some that would require other witnesses on that. And then the state also has motions that I've been trying to file, other areas here, so I have to get those completed.
but on the 16th. So you're gonna start with motion to suppress on the 16th.
Correct.
So which order do you want to have the motion done? Which one goes first?
We'll have to go through them and I'll see which ones we can have the most witnesses in common. So we can go through that. I do not have them with me, nor do I have my talent to be able to pull them up individually.
Judge, it was right. Not in court, but I would be happy to speak with her and try to arrange scheduling which motion to go at what time.
Does this help you now? I have a list of the motions here as well as my checklist as to what motions are pending that I understand it. If you can go through this, would that assist both of you now?
Your Honor, I think we need to look at the substance of each motion and determine which witnesses and if the state is the additional witnesses.
So the answer is no. You want to talk with counsel and then tell me there's going to be, let's say, 3 motions a day? Is that fair?
I think we need to do it in this form.
And Your Honor, some of them will be easy to do more than 3 in a day, because some of them are just facial challenges to the affidavit, and some of the motions in limine are arguments, they're not even testimony. So I think we'll be able to get them done, but if Ms. Bradley.
How many you should do? You'll just agree on which ones you can get done in a day, and you'll do that.
We're happy to do that via email with Mr. Aronson, and it can respond in that way so that there's a record of it.
Fair enough?
Yeah, I like the old fashioned way of talking to people, but okay.
We'll do it by email.
So, but I just need to get it done. I want everybody I want to have a hearing set on these things. So you'll do that, arrange that, and then send out the notices of hearing.
Yeah.
Travis, can you give us a notice of hearing on the ones that we talked about today? The motion quash, when they're going to be due on the memo that they're going to do, the 2 memos, as well as the motion for to dismiss. Just give dates for those, please. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
He has his motion to suppress. Which I sent over to chambers yesterday, request to be sent over. I have a motion on the pedometer, which would be Detective Moretti, a motion on Google Maps, which would be Detective Moretti, and a motion regarding James, which would be.
I don't have any issue with having whatever motions are set and filed that you want to have heard. Just that you coordinate the date and time, because there's several motions to get. Council suggested in excess of 25. I don't know how many there are. We just need to get them set and heard, and everything that's filed will get heard. All right? So you'll coordinate that. Mr. Harrison, you're going to coordinate?
I'm going to do my best.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
I have one housekeeping issue. We were before the court on my motion to compel, at which time I asked, and the court granted my request to redepose Agent Collins. Ms. Bradley says that's never happened. Before I just submitted my order to the court, I just wanted to remind the court to make sure that was the court's ruling, so I can submit my order so we can redepose him. This has been an issue going back and forth with Ms. Bradley for about 3 weeks now. And all we're doing is wasting time. I don't have the discovery I need, and I've now learned, and there's a motion coming later this afternoon, that the discovery that we have got has been tampered with.
That I don't know about, but my understanding was that you had asked to take Brendan Collins' deposition again because you didn't have all the material the first time. That's my recollection, and I thought I approved that.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, there was no written motion on that, there was just a motion to compel discovery. The motion for the redeposition was the DNA analyst, Kurt Rhodes, which was about objection from the state on that, so that was only one.
Respectfully, I thought you didn't have an objection to Brendan Collins' deposition as well. That was my thought, but regardless, if she was taking, I don't mean to say she, Ms. Liberty was taking the deposition of Brendan Collins without having the information needed to conduct the deposition. That was the way it was what my understanding was, and that's why I indicated that she, counsel would go ahead and take that deposition over again, because it was something that was done. This was going on just before trial, or in trial with more evidence. I forget exactly the particulars, but my recollection is I said yes based on what I heard.
I think he did, that's not the other. The state's objection, that was not in writing, and her motion was not to compel a second deposition, but to compel additional material that is not in possession of the state.
Brady had argued case law that you can't take the position that's not in possession, stated in the possession of your witness, you must turn it over.
Respectfully, I don't remember all of that. Perhaps you get a copy of whatever that was in the transcript. My recollection is, though, they would ask for the deposition. I approved it. I don't remember all the what precipitated immediately before that, but the final result was that's all I allowed. But if I'm wrong and you say something, show me a transcript that says my memory of that's wrong. All right, you just order it. Otherwise, let him take the deposition, Mr. Collins, and whatever that material is that was needed to take his deposition that they didn't have, make sure it's provided.
Understood.
All right. What else do you have in this, Brad?
In terms of, I need a couple of more USBs from defense counsel. It's my understanding that detectives have dropped off the materials from the search warrant that was executed on Monday, or pictures and things that were taken of that. So I need USB from counsel to make copies of that. This was this afternoon at noon. I was notified by the crime lab that the production of all the DNA was available. It's a voluminous production, so I just need the USBs to place on that. So I think that was 256 megabytes on that.
Who's coordinating that on behalf of the defense?
So the DNA is going, so I'll bring you the USB.
How many do you need?
And I'm not sure the material has been dropped off in the courtroom, but I need one for all the information from the search warrant of Mr. Henry. I need one for the phone calls from the subject as well and the probable cause of the search warrant from Mr. Henry. And then I have additional two, 3 for the information for the DNA. I would say 4 to be safe, just in case.
Okay.
Any issue?
Other than that has nothing to do with this case. It's the
I have no idea. I'm not familiar with it.
The DNA, yes. That's
Oh, okay.
Anything else to discuss?
Can we just clarify, I'm so sorry, we're just clarifying, this Eric came over here, we just wanted to be sure. The memorandum for the motion to quash protective order as well as memorandum concerning.
Monday at 5.
Monday at 5.
Monday at 5.
Okay, and then the motion to dismiss the schedule for Friday morning at 9 a.m.
Yes. Do we have anything on document Monday, Friday, 9 a.m.? Pardon me? One other case prior to that shouldn't take long.
And the motion to quash will be heard on Tuesday.
Yes, 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Thank you.
Anything else? Not hearing anything? Thank you. We're adjourned. Thank you, guys.
So what happened, y'all? Because I can hear shit. Dre.
Yo.
I think he's asleep.
Yo. Nah, I ain't sleep. I don't know who was up this morning.
Oh no, maybe
I was on mute the whole time.
Yeah, both of y'all was on mute. Shit. Hey, so what happened? Did he kick off or what, man? I couldn't hear shit. I couldn't tell. They were talking a lot of jargon.
And she gonna end up getting kicked off. She trying not to get kicked off. She told him that she want to stay on until they cross that bridge. But he was like, "Look, they done said 4 separate times that they gonna bring you to trial. So y'all need to figure out who y'all gonna bring on to try this case because they're definitely gonna call." He's like, they're letting it be known they're gonna call you for a witness. So he letting her be known, like, yeah, I'm gonna kick you off. They saying because they're gonna call you for a witness. And then Monday is when they supposed to go. Is when they supposed to hear about the dismissal. I guess he's gonna rule on the dismissal Monday because they said that's when they having the motion for dismiss on Monday at 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
And then the rest of the motions they gonna and he said by Tuesday is when they need to inform him whether the higher ups when they'll be available for them to basically come up here and do what they got to do.
Yeah. Hey, look. Hey, nephew. You know what Melly's saying right now on his knees to the God? Promise there's still good in me. No, I done wrong, and and away from the city. I know it's been long since I said that I changed on you. Hey y'all, that's an inside joke. That's Nephew for Real song, man. That bitch hard as fuck, bro. I ain't gonna cap. Nephew posted a clip of that on his Instagram yesterday, I think. Man, I promise you, when I ran across that bitch, I promise you, I done listened to that motherfucker over 50 times. Look, I sent that bitch the audio crack. I sent that bitch to my daughter. My daughter said that bitch sliding, bro. I done posted him on my Facebook story, on my Instagram story. Bro, Nephew is talented, man. I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all look, man, y'all gotta go follow Nephew on Instagram. And if there's anybody out there in the chat that's in the music business, man, listen, I'm telling you, Nephew got some heat for y'all. Y'all need to link in, and y'all probably can do some business.
Thank you, Uncle Marita, man. I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, man. Listen. I'm such a fan personally. I'm telling you, we gonna put something together where Nephew can come on here and just play his music, and we can just listen to it and just just vibe, sort of like a listening party type vibe. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't never promoted nobody on this channel, not no music and no stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So y'all gotta believe if I'm jumping out there like that, then it's definitely fire. So
man,
I just want to say, yeah, I just said that. Oh, so hold on here, hold on. Oh, it's an audio crack new member. That nigga been a member. That nigga got my phone number. Me and that nigga talk all the time. We ain't talking new member. He must have upgraded. You know, that nigga a moderator. How the hell he a new member? Shout out to Audio Crack 22. That's my guy. What you were saying though, Dre?
No, I was just saying like so they're gonna have the motion dismissed. They're gonna have that Monday at 9, and then the higher ups he said that they need to correlate and basically come up with a plan by Tuesday. Let them know when all of them will be available. The 3 high up state attorneys.
Yeah.
And bro,
go ahead.
It's gonna be crazy with that, bro, because bro, Bradley's in a tight space, bro. She's in a tight space, bro. Because
elaborate, my friend, elaborate.
Because basically what the defense was saying was basically, you know what I'm saying, like on that Brady rule that her higher up sent up the chain or whatever that she signed off on. You know what I'm saying? Like the higher ups basically signed off on it too. So if you know what I'm saying, so what the defense is saying is if the state attorney come in and say, hey, this is what was told to me, and she just lied and said that basically, you know what I'm saying, like Moretti told her something different. Basically, she gonna be in a world of trouble. That's perjury, ain't it? If I'm not mistaken. If he come up there and say basically this was what told to me, and it's clear as day that she lied. So that's what I'm saying. She better hope and pray that somehow, some way, they schedule just can't align for some reason or something.
And I'm gonna tell you something. I seen the judge trying to keep that from happening too with his bitch ass. Excuse my English, my French up here, y'all. I'm trying to stop for cursing because YouTube be getting crazy, but it just some shit just sound better when you cuss with it. But anyway, look, he was trying to get the defense to keep from calling Harold Pryor as a witness. Man, listen, I ain't even no damn law student, never been nowhere near no law school or nothing like that. But he definitely should be allowed to be called up there because he was told the information directly from Christine Bradley. That's her boss. She told him. He can testify to whether she told him or not. If they're gonna be able to call Moretti and being by they're gonna be able to call Moretti, they're gonna be able to call Christine to attack Moretti's credibility, they definitely should be able to call Harold Pryor, no matter if he's the head state attorney of Miramar, in order to attack Christine's credibility, being that they testified, Boutros and her, Christine Bradley testified that they had conversations with Harold Pryor about the Brady violation. What the hell the judge was talking about then? You ain't see him saying that?
Yeah, I seen him saying that, and I was like, bro, he wrong, bro. That's why, like the whole time, like even when you see me post this, I was like, bro, he trying to side with the state hard, bro. Like he ain't really trying to open up that Pandora's box for some reason, bro. But I get it, but there's no way around it because they already opened it up.
Right, and this thing is going to matriculate uphill. You know how to say shit roll downhill? No, this shit rolling uphill. This shit rolling up here. This done open. You right, bro. This done even opened a bigger can of worms than we initially knew about, because we was looking at it like, okay, Moretti, Bradley, a couple of the state attorneys. Now this going up to Harold Pryor, and who knows who else it goes up to past Harold Pryor. Hell, he might have talked to the governor. He might have talked to the mayor. It might be a bunch of people that knew about this and covered it up or didn't divulge it. You see what I'm saying? This may be a large a widespread corruption. Internal affairs, the ones who cleared Moretti of wrongdoing, all of this is an investigation in itself. This could turn definitely into an investigation into the Miramar police precinct and that DA's office down there. The feds need to have their eyes solely looking at what's going on right here. Hell yeah, this is a Fed case here. Corruption at its finest. Hell yeah.
Oh, for sure, bro. Like, bro, like I said, bro, like, bro, they gonna have to throw Bradley under the bus, bro. If they want to save face, bro, they gonna have to throw her under the bus. Because if not, if they go in there and they all lie, bro, they all gonna be liable and looking crazy, bro. Because they all got like, that's what I was putting in the chat earlier, bro. How they all got contradicting stories to they cover up. Like that's the worst cover up I've ever seen, bro. You
they
got
together, had the same story or something, ain't it?
Yeah, they got different state attorneys putting in different Brady rule violations, and she signing off on both of them. Like, I'm like, bro, what in the world? What was going on with that? Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I think the judge should have threw out the day, bro. Like, I don't see how you can have a state attorney be contradicting her story, and he's just like, that's okay. Like, that means nothing. Like, that's normal. That's not normal. She's a state attorney. She's supposed to be truthful at all times.
A state attorney, bro. And I'm gonna tell you this. To me, when I seen what he was saying as to why would you want to call, I don't see what's the significance. Why would Harold Pryor be able to be what we wanted, or you want to call Harold Pryor? When he said that, it screamed to me of political shit going on in the background, bro. He definitely seemed like he was afraid to allow them to call Harold Pryor, when I knew immediately when I seen what had happened that he definitely should be allowed to be called as a witness. He talked to her. She told him about the situation, and
he talked to both parties at that. Her and Dubois.
Yeah.
I mean, what? I'm sorry, I missed the name. Not Dubois,
Boutros.
Yeah, Boutros. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. This is a whole different. This is a whole nother case in itself, bro. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's no way for them to sweep this under the rug at this point. If they do, it's going to look exactly how it's already looking, like corruption. It's no way around this. It's no way around this. And I'm gonna tell you what happened, what fucked it up. They did not do what they supposed to did. They were supposed to turn that goddamn evidence of Moretti doing what he did over to the defense. That's all they had to do. Yeah, it would have looked a little crazy, but it wouldn't have went all of this way up, because people would have did what they supposed to did. Harold Pryor would have been protected, and the rest of the state attorney's office. Christine Bradley would have had to fall on the sword. She gonna fall on the sword anyway. Her ass is over with anyway. But now y'all have implicated yourself in the cover up. Oh yeah, it's over with. And not only that, that affects all the cases that's been prosecuted by y'all attorney's office. Because now it ain't just Christine Bradley. Now it just ain't Christine Bradley that's doing some underhanded shit. Now it's you, Harold Pryor, because you knew about it and you swept it under the rug as well. And we gonna know you knew about it once they subpoena your ass to touch that stand. Wow.
Because the crazy part about it is, I don't know if you caught this, but remember when she was like, "Well, I put the motion in, the Brady motion in September 23rd." Well, she said September 23rd was 26th this year. So basically, you know what I'm saying, a week and a half ago. So he was like, "So what changed from when you first heard about it to now to make you want to put it in that you didn't put it in then?" She couldn't answer the question, bro.
Right.
She said, "Well, it was conversations that were being had in the apartment that I overheard." He said, and then the state cut off. The state wouldn't let her say what was heard or what was sold. So I'm like, I'm like, bro, she just said she changed her mind because of this. The defense should be able to hear what changed her mind. You can't say, well, yeah, you can't divulge about, like, that's why I was saying, like, he was being too lenient, bro, because she just clearly admitted that she heard conversations within the office, and that's why she put it in. And I'm like, bro, that's, like, that doesn't
Damn,
change
she
the fact
admitted
that, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, like, if you go back and listen to it, bro, she said that it was conversations in the office, and that's what made her go ahead and put the motion in on in September of this year. Which I'm like, but the whole thing, I'm listening to the whole time, and I'm looking at the judge like, bro, like, the fact that she even put it in late should tell you that she knew she was supposed to put it in when it first happened, bro. That's the point that I was looking at the judge like, bro, like, that's grounds to get it dismissed right there, bro. Like, if she's admitting that she put it in because she felt like whatever she heard, it's like, but the evidence didn't change. It wasn't like Moretti got reinvestigated for it or nothing. According to Internal Affairs, until y'all investigation, nothing happened. So why would you put it in if you think you didn't need to put it in now? I mean, then, but you think you need to put it in now for some reason? Is it because the defense got wind of it and you trying to cover your own ass? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's why I was looking at the judge like, bro, bro, come on, bro. You got to dismiss it after that, bro. Like, if that's not clear Brady violation, I don't know what is, bro. The fact that she even admitted that she put it in when she put it in lets it be known that she knew she was supposed to put it in when she first heard about it, but she tried to cover it up. There's no way around that.
Let's not even talk about that. It was drafted up to be submitted initially, and they didn't submit it. They submitted it way later. Remember, the lady said that they had
exactly.
they were ordered the drafted up. It got drafted up, but it didn't get submitted. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah. And that came out of her mouth, and she said she said that she got a copy of it. So my whole thing is, if I'm the defense, I want copies of the draft and all that. I want copies of all that. Bro, I want the email. I want emails and everything, bro. I want anything that shows that y'all were colluding to cover this up, because that's exactly what's going on.
It's collusion, definitely collusion. I'm gonna say this, man. I know Melly most likely killed these boys. I believe he did it. I believe he's guilty. But my Lord, this is the reason why Melly this case is not being dismissed at this point is definitely political. It's definitely personal. It's definitely they don't want to look a certain kind of way, and they're using this case to look a certain kind of way, but they done messed up doing it. A lot was riding on this case more than we knew. We was looking at it from Melly, rapper, killed two best friends, that surface level. Behind closed doors, it was people that was looking to make their careers off of convicting Melly. You see what I'm saying? And this is why they fighting tooth and nail and doing all this underhanded shit in order to keep this case going. But they digging they self a hole worse and worse and worse and worse, and to the point to where no kind of way they come out looking good after this case. Right now, people is trying to distance themselves away from this case. The same people that was going to use this case as a feather in a hat to possibly get a higher political office, or like y'all say, DeSantis might be, he want to be president and all of that type of stuff. And now the behind closed doors, people wishing they wasn't even associated with this case, because with the cover up, this goes higher than Christine Bradley. We know it at least goes to the head DA's DA Harold Pryor in Miramar. We know it at least go to him, because they already on record saying that they told him about it, and this shit didn't get the paperwork for the Brady violation didn't get processed until years later. That shit was years later, wasn't it, bro?
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. It was almost a year later, because it happened in October 12th is when the incident happened. Right. And she put the paperwork in September 26th, almost a whole year later, bro. And the only reason they put it in is because the defense put one in first. They put theirs in after the defense, bro.
Bro, I done lost. I'm saying, I ain't have a lot of faith in the judicial system already. I mean, being a former street pharmacist, but I'm saying my shit is shot now. Like what I'm learning. What I'm learning is what we already knew, but it's just like a affirmation of the situation. Boy, you got that money and you got the right attorney. Man, shit. And you need that money and you need the right attorney, you know what I'm saying, if you're going to be, getting in trouble and shit like that. But none of this shit ain't fair. None of this shit ain't fair. This shit is not it. But I said that when everybody's talking about reasonable doubt and all that type of shit. But it's worse than that, man. It's worse than that. They done violated this man's rights. They done did underhanded, crooked shit. Now, can y'all imagine us watching this trial going forward, knowing what they done did, looking at these people point their finger down at Melly and say, "Oh, shame on you! You killed 2 friends." Yeah, he did that. Yeah, most likely he did that. But what about you, motherfuckers? What about you, bitches? Like, you supposed to have the guise of being legit. You get what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. We know
For
motherfuckers.
sure.
We know the motherfuckers ain't legit, but you can't be openly illegitimate in trying to prosecute a motherfucker for being illegitimate, for being a criminal. You got to have the persona, the outward look that you legit. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. Because like the piggyback off what you're saying, bro. It's people like even like we all know he's guilty, bro. But now we can sympathize with him, and that's what you don't want, bro. You don't want people. You don't want people who could possibly be on your jury who's looking at this right now and saying they could sympathize with him because even though he might be guilty, still y'all doing an injustice to his rights. And people, and regardless of what people want to think, we'll sit here and definitely find him not guilty just because we don't want our rights to be violated. And that's the sad truth.
That's what I'm trying to say. And let's think about this as well. The jury has not been picked yet. The jury is anybody who they can put on the jury at this point is privy to this information if they interested in this case from that area. And let's be honest, they're going to pick a jury of his peers, which means they're going to pick people from that community. They didn't move the trial to a whole nother venue. So they're going to be picking people from Miramar. And people from Miramar, if they didn't know about this case from the first trial, with all this bullshit going on, I'm sure some of this shit done hit the newspaper. I read about it in the Miami Herald on the internet. So, you know what I'm saying? A lot of old people and a lot of people who concerned about their community read the newspaper, watch the news. I'm sure this is on the news down there where they at. I'm pretty sure this is probably the biggest news down there. So you now are finna try to pick jurors from that area who done seen y'all violate this man's rights. And you don't have to be an expert in the law to be able to understand that they done did something that they shouldn't have did and how this may affect this man. And like you said, we done turned to sympathizers. Here I am, a staunch critic of Melly. I'm on the victim side here, and you got me fucking sympathizing with Melly. Get the fuck out of here.
And what's even crazier, bro, is the bigger story about this damn case now is not if he guilty or not, bro. Is if when the corruption gonna come out. That's the scary part about this, bro. Like I don't think this trial is gonna be about him being guilty no more. I think it's gonna be strictly on when the corruption coming out. Everybody gonna be looking to see when the corruption coming out, and that's sad for the family, bro. The victim's family is the biggest losers in this whole situation.
In this whole situation, bro. Like I say, that's why I say they're gonna have to. I mean, I ain't gonna say have to because I don't know what the outcome gonna be because it looks like they dead set on running him over with a train, but they may have to settle for monetary compensation, and that's sad because nobody's child is worth any amount of money. I don't give a fuck. I love my children, and I hope and I like to believe that everybody loves their children the way that I love mine. I know that ain't true, but I still think that way. And I believe that Melly's mama and his parents loved him as much as I love mine. So with that being said, it ain't no amount of money that's gonna make me feel better for losing my child. But the sad part about it is that's looking like their biggest, the best chance of getting any type of, like it ain't justice. It's fucking, I don't know what to call that shit, dog. I don't even know what you call that, bro.
Exactly, bro. That's that's why I say it's sad, bro, because bro, they don't get no justice, bro. If they mess this case up like they messing it up, bro, they don't get no justice, bro, and that's the saddest part. And we've been on different sides of this thing. You know what I'm saying? But bro, come on, bro. Right is right, wrong is wrong, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Right is right, wrong is wrong, bro. And they wronger than a motherfucker. They so wrong to. I don't agree with them prosecuting him. I don't agree with them sweeping this under the rug and still going ahead and prosecute him. No, I don't agree with that. They done fucked it up too much. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it. Damn. I wasn't prepared for this. I wasn't prepared for this to happen the way I would feel, the way I feel. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect none of this. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think Christine Bradley was a hell of a prosecutor, but I didn't expect all of this corruption to be going on. And people were saying that. I ain't gonna say that. It was people in the chat and people, on social media saying that, the police was full of shit and this and that. But now I see it. Now I can't deny the facts in front of us. And again, like, okay, so
it all stemmed from that. Remember, it all stemmed from that interview that his mom did when it first happened. Remember when she did that interview and her fingers was in them little braces.
Yep.
That's when it all stemmed from, bro. Like, so I mean, it's crazy, bro.
And it's another thing. Okay, so is they finna throw out her phone evidence?
Oh yeah, they're gonna have to. If the phones, what people don't realize, even though they already had Melly phone records, since the phones is in her name, if they unlawfully got her phone records, because that's what they wanted to warrant from it, is to get her phone information, to get the stuff from her phone. With Melly phone being under her name, once her, you know what I'm saying, she gonna be able to get anything dealing with her thrown out of the case. If they found out that he did this, and that includes Melly phone, because Melly phone is under her name. Regardless if they had Melly phone first or not, what I understand is with the phone being under her name, they had to throw everything with her name out from this case if they found out what is going on is to be true.
You know what's happened? You know what's finna, I assume what's finna happen? Check this out, y'all. We kind of missing this. Melly, them attorneys, no, them two, but the state attorney, you know what they most probably doing? They trying to get Melly to take a plea right now. You know why? Because if he take a plea, none of this come out. All of this goes away. All of the corruption, all of that. They trying to get Melly to take a sweet plea right now. I bet you they came at it with 20 years. And the reason why they coming with 20 is because it's two bodies. 10. But if it was one body, he'd get 10 years. And already did 5, be out in 2 or 3. They coming to him with
at this point, he'll be crazy to take it, bro. After today, Now, before today, that would have been a conversation to have, because you still can come home and have somewhat of a life. Yeah. But after today, the way they looking at it, bro, it's over with that.
Yeah, I ain't taking no plea either, because I'm still gonna beat y'all on appeal. I'm gonna beat you on appeal.
He gonna crush them on appeal, bro. Because like what people don't realize is them appeal judges, they not as lenient as these prosecution judges.
No, because that's what they do. They look over the cases to see if people's rights been violated and vote yay or nay whether the case get thrown out, new trials get granted, or the people stay in jail. Hell no, yeah, this is what they do. Hell yeah, they like the system of checks and balances for this type of shit, because they don't have a dog in the fight like how the Miramar DA's office is. They got a dog in the fight when it comes to the outcome of this case, but the appeal judges don't. Hell no. Hell the fuck no, they don't. Hell no. Wow. Damn. I ain't gonna count. I watched the Casey Anthony trial a long time ago. This shit got more twists and turns in the Casey Anthony trial. This might be one of the biggest trials I ever seen in Florida. Yeah. Hell yeah, definitely the biggest trial I ever seen in hip hop. This beat Snoop Dogg and Snoop Dogg murder case and and the other rappers that got killed and shit. This shit here is because it's a real chance that he's gonna beat this. I don't see him getting. Okay, put it this way, he definitely ain't getting a death penalty. That's out the gate. That's out.
He ain't gonna get that in the first trial. Remember, they was gonna convict him of manslaughter. They weren't gonna convict him of murder.
Right. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yup, it was manslaughter. Damn sure was. And I still think
so. That's why when you were just talking about that plea, I'm like, well, that's okay. I was like, bro, they were gonna convict me of manslaughter anyway, so I probably was gonna get that anyway. So
yep. And it's definitely is fruit from the poison tree. And if y'all don't know what fruit from the poison tree is when they find one thing wrong or messed up about the investigation, anything that comes after that from that stem, from that avenue of evidence, all of that shit get thrown out. All of it. Damn.
yeah, so like, and the crazy part is, like, I don't know if you caught it or not, but they've been investigating them for witness tampering since then. So this witness tampering ain't something that's been new. They've been investigating that. So that means they've been trying to get them on charges about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because they first it was just him and his mom. So then they brought Portland into it. Yeah, they brought Portland into it because she got immunity. The lady gave her immunity. I keep forgetting her name, but the lady was the one who gave her immunity.
Boutros?
She admitted that today too.
Oh, Boutros gave her immunity.
Yeah, Boutros gave her immunity.
It's gonna be hard for her. It's gonna be hard for her too. I don't think she continue to work actually in that DA's office either. I don't think she get fired, but I think she probably get a sideways promotion or you get what I'm saying, or move somewhere. She can't get fired because it'd be retaliation. But I do think she gonna get moved sideways because and she probably don't even want to work there anymore. You see what I'm saying? You know?
Yeah, well, Bradley said she don't show up, and she wanted to, like, her branch, they don't show up in the office every day. So, because they the ones who investigate them for doing corruption stuff, so they don't show up. You get what I'm saying? So that's what her job. Her job is to do
to make sure they ain't
catch people like Bradley and them. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So she ain't doing nothing outside of her job.
Right. So she already kind of a little bit. She don't have a relationship with Christine Bradley anyway because she's somebody that would be could possibly tell on her if she did anything wrong or anybody.
Yeah, they basically the police version of internal affairs. That's basically what I got from them. You know how like how the police got internal affairs?
Yeah.
They basically like the state attorney's office version of that. That's basically what I got adjust of.
So her word carries a lot of weight. This is what she does.
Yeah, that's what she does. That's why she was trying to say. That's why when she was saying she was lying, that's why the judge won't bond it because he was like, "There's nothing to believe. There's nothing for me to believe that she's lying." Like,
right.
Even the judge said, like, I can see she changed the story. Like, he even talked about how Bradley changed her story, but he was like, she hasn't changed her story. Like, so.
Damn. My goodness.
Bro, that's crazy, bro. Like, Bradley is trying to say that another state attorney, like what she don't realize is even by you trying to get her to sound like she like that, making all y'all look bad because she's still a part of the state attorney's office.
Right. So somebody lying. Somebody lying here.
We know who lying because at the end of the day, the paperwork speaks for itself.
Right.
It can't be Boutros because the paperwork wouldn't be what it is if what she was saying was lying. They never would have went to the extreme measures to do everything they was doing. Right. You get what I'm saying? Like they never would have drafted up no Brady rules and had no rough drafts and had no meetings of what she was saying was a lie. Why do all that if what she's saying is a lie?
Right.
So like that's why I was like Bradley, she killed herself because if she was really lying, why would they have all these meetings? You know what I'm saying? Like why would even Internal Affairs even investigate Moretti then if what she's saying was a lie? They wouldn't even investigate it.
Right.
And then why would you sign off on stuff saying, oh, like, why would you even sign off on this Brady stuff? If like, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, nothing she said was credible today, bro. When she said she didn't feel a reason to tell the defense that possibly Moretti could have did something dirty, it's like, bro, I knew right then and there. I was like, bro, she lying, bro. Ain't no way. Even if it's a possibility that he did something dirty, you're still supposed to tell the defense that. That's still supposed to be an emotion. Because that's something that's pertaining to the case.
Right.
Whether you think it's who are you to say, oh, I didn't think it was credible or not? You don't make the laws.
Right. Wow. And I mean, it's clear cut case of cover up. This happened. This is. I mean, I could explain this. I done explained this shit about 3 times since we've been watching this live, and I done explained it to a T to where anybody could understand that they're guilty of covering this up.
Yeah, I mean, like for anybody saying that this is not a big deal or this still doesn't mean nothing because it's still a double murder charge, like bro, like we understand that. We're not saying that he's innocent of the double murder charge, but what we are saying is once the state start doing corrupt stuff like this, bro, they're gonna have to throw the case out regardless, whether it's thrown out now or later on down the line. So at some point in time, his charges are gonna get null and void just because of the corruption of what they're doing. The state cannot do what they're doing, bro, and still proceed with this case.
Right.
They just can't.
Facts.
Because they are the ones who's supposed to be upholding the law. If they're not the ones upholding the law, who's the ones who's supposed to uphold the law in this situation?
And you're asking those who's supposed to uphold the law, who are held to a higher standard than let's say quote unquote criminal. If they're not upholding the law, how the hell are you going to use people who are not upholding the law to distribute justice under the law? How the hell are you going to do that? You know what I mean? I mean, it happens, but we don't know. We don't have proof that these people are criminals or doing illegal shit. Here we have proof, and these are the people that are prosecuting Melly. How can this go on?
Yeah, it's the sad truth, bro. But at the end of the day, though, bro, like it can't go on, bro. Like, well, regardless of how people may feel about it, bro, like they can't do what they doing, bro. Like, and if they, like I said, bro, if they're able to get the state attorney and them other 2 state attorneys to come and actually talk about how it was brought to them at certain points of time, that's gonna kill it, bro. Because it's gonna show that, hey, it was brought to you at this certain point in time. Why did it take you a year to go ahead? It shouldn't take you a year. And after a whole nother trial, you're coming up on a second part of this, on the second trial, bro. So his rights was already violated because you didn't bring it up in the first trial. That's what people that's what people not understanding.
Right.
They didn't bring this up in the first trial. They had a whole trial without bringing this up. That's an automatic violation of his rights right there.
Right. Johnny Cochran was able to get OJ off because he proved that one detective, the lead detective, Mark Furman, was a racist and possibly could have planted evidence, right? He didn't even have as much as Melly's attorneys got. Melly's attorneys done been able to show that not only the police is corrupt, but the state attorney is corrupt as well. OJ got off on double murder, primarily on that and primarily on the jury, but Johnny Cochran did his thing. Turned it from us talking about OJ killed Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman to the glove don't fit, to Mark Furman said nigga on the tape. He might have planted blood evidence around the scene that wasn't there before. When they took the picture, they went back, nice blood there. All this type of shit. That in itself got OJ, most likely got OJ off. Melly attorneys got more than that. And we live in the social media age. OJ wasn't in the social media age. We live in the social media age where all eyes on this case when it comes to hip hop, social media, and the world. It is definitely, and being that it's already been a mistrial, and now we got a second trial, and all of this stuff came up. I just don't see it, dog. I don't see it. It's to the point that going forward, like you said, this case is not going to be about Melly killing his 2 friends. It's going to be about the corruption in the DA's office and the police precinct in Miramar. And Melly's attorneys are high-power attorneys, and they're going to have a field day with this. They are happy as hell because they know that they got so much ammo. They got so much to put in front of this jury, and they got a lot of evidence to, like you say, they're gonna make the jurors sympathize with Melly because we don't want our rights violated. If we let y'all get away with that, us as the people, if we let y'all get away with that, then who's to say our children's rights won't get violated? These people who are gonna be in the jury live in that community. They now are going to feel like their police department is corrupt. And who are their police department policing and putting in jail? the citizens, their relatives, them. They could get pulled over, get their rights violated. They could go to jail and have to go to court and get their rights violated by the DA's office in Miramar. This ain't good. They need to clean house. Every motherfucking body that was connected to this has to go. They have to go. I don't know if they get fired. I don't know if they get moved to certain little small offices in the country somewhere where they practicing law in a 2,000 people city or something. But they have to clean house in order to keep the guys of a squeaky clean DA's office. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Damn. Hell no. Hey, y'all, I got about 2 hours before I go to work. So I'm going to try to get me like an hour and a half. And I've been rocking. I ain't been sleeping about 15, 16, 17. No, let me see. I did 8, 16. Let's see, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I ain't been sleeping about 20 hours. So I've been up, man. So I'm gonna go live again tonight when I get off work. I get off work probably about 12, so I'll go live about 1 Eastern Standard Time. So if you're on the West Coast, I'll probably catch y'all about 11. Shout out to Nephew for real, man. Shout out to Flyboy Microphone. Shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Dre 6100. Shout out to Audio Crack 22. Shout out to Pooh Black. Shout out to Nay Said It. Shout out to Look Here Truth Movement. Shout out to my boy Nephew for real, man. Look, Nephew, tell him what your IG is, Nephew.
Yo, you can follow me on IG at Nephew for real, Twitter Nephew for real, everything. All my social media handles is at Nephew for real. If you go ahead and tune in and listen, like, drop a comment, I appreciate all the engagement.
For real, man. I'm telling y'all, go check out Nephew, man. Trust me now. I ain't never promoted nobody music on this channel. He the first person I done did that, so that should tell y'all something, man. Go check out Nephew, man. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you, hey, look, don't be one of them people that try to support people when they already done made it. No. Y'all got to be true supporters and support somebody, you know, on the way up before they get there. You know what I'm saying? That's the real true supporters. And let me tell you something. Everybody love to see somebody come from nothing to something. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling y'all, Nephew got a lot of talent. He's somebody that y'all can get behind. And he right here in front of y'all. He right here in front of y'all right now. You know what I mean? Y'all can talk to him. Y'all can hit him on his Instagram. Talk to him. If you in the music business, we got 110 people in the chat. If you're in the music business, you go over there, listen to Nephew's music. And you know somebody that can you know, be of assistance, or you yourself can be of assistance, and y'all politic with him, chop it up with him, and see if y'all can get on the same page and y'all can do some business, and it, you know, it definitely will be lucrative for both of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just doing what I can to promote somebody that I feel like got a lot of talent and I feel like can make it. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to help him with his dream. You know what I'm saying? And y'all should do that same, man. Even if you don't do nothing, just go over there and look at his videos and share them to your social media like I did today. Share them with your friends. You know what I mean? Share them with anybody. You know what I'm saying? You never know, man. You never know who you may know. You know what I'm saying? You never know. You sharing his music, you know, may change his life. You see what I'm saying? And that's a great thing in itself. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate all y'all. I would give all y'all shots out, but I already gave a lot of y'all shots out. And I'm just really trying to get a little bit of sleep before I got to go to work. But I will be back live tonight, 12, 11, 1 o'clock around that area, around that time. Please subscribe to the channel. This chat was lit today. I posted all of you guys' comments. So if y'all replay this live, all of y'all will be able to see y'all comments on the live. You know what I mean? This live was lit. You know what I'm saying? It's like a family over here. The Melly case will be going to trial in the next couple weeks after they pick the jury. But we also got some more hearings coming up here next week pertaining to this motion to dismiss, whether they're going to call the state attorney and all of those to the stand. So this little trial hearing that we seen today is not over. It's going to be a part 2 and a part 3, and it's going to be going on before the trial actually starts. So pretty much the trial damn near already done started for us. You see what I'm saying? Because this was, you know, we got all of these motions and stuff, and it's really juicy. It's really interesting, and we watching all of this stuff unfold right in front of us. This we can't make this shit up. What's going on with the Melly case? We got a famous rapper with songs with Kanye West, King Von, and many others. He allegedly murdered his two best friends, and he had a mistrial. His first trial, and it's looking like he may possibly beat this second trial with all the illegal activity that's been going on from the police and the DA's office. You see what I'm saying? He got high power attorneys, and they working. They be honest with you, his attorneys is kicking ass right now. They cooking. You see what I'm saying? We also got the state attorney who's prosecuting Melly. She possibly finna get kicked off the case. She was on the stand today. When have you ever seen a state attorney who was prosecuting someone turn around and have to be a defendant and end up possibly getting kicked off the case? I have never seen that. Melly's attorneys done turned this from Melly being on trial to the police department of Miramar and the DA's office of Miramar being on trial. You can't make this stuff up.
Dang.
Like this shit like a movie, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and we still got two dead friends and a bunch of family members who trying to get justice for the death of their loved ones. You see what I'm saying? So, man, log on, subscribe to this channel. If you can always unsubscribe, you know what I'm saying? But subscribe right now so you can stay involved. I know y'all enjoyed being a part of the chat this afternoon. This chat was lit, man. I know y'all did. You know what I'm saying? So subscribe to the channel so you can stay notified and stay involved with us. And we love to have you here. Follow me on Instagram, Meritaboy, Meritaboy, the number 1, Meritoaboy with the number 1 on Instagram. You can DM me so I know that y'all from YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I will follow back. Just DM me and say follow back, Merita, and I'll follow back. Hit that like button. If you feel like donating to the channel, you can. My Cash App is at the bottom of the ticker right there. It's rolling across the bottom of the screen. Y'all have a blessed afternoon or evening or morning, depending on what part of the country you was in. I appreciate you guys dropping y'all city, y'all state where y'all was from. I would appreciate y'all do that every time y'all come in the chat. Drop y'all city and y'all state, and I will put it up on the screen so people know that y'all representing from where y'all live at, y'all section. You know what I'm saying? I actually enjoy that person. I like to see how far or reach this channel is reaching and the people that we have here on this channel. So, man, I appreciate all y'all. I enjoy all y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed all of us. If you ever feel like you want to join the panel, just hit me in the chat and say drop the link, and I'll drop the link. I would encourage some of y'all to join the panel to share your opinions. You know, sometimes you get tired of typing, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes people like to stay in the chat. Like I like to stay, like I'm subscribed to other people's channels, and sometimes I just sit in the chat and pop my shit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I go up on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just offering you guys to be what do you call it? All inclusive members of this platform. Also, if you want to be a member, you can go to the homepage and click join, and it's cost you like $2 or $3 a month to be a member. You know what I mean? If you don't want to drop a Cash App or a super chat, that you can support the channel that way by just subscribing, joining, and becoming a member. And your name will be highlighted in the chat, so we will know that you're a part of the team. And you can pay about $2 or $3 a month to support the channel that way. So I appreciate that if you guys would take any of those avenues or choices and be a part of the family, man. But I'm finna get out of here. I work 2 jobs, y'all, plus I do YouTube. So I really kind of be I be on the go. I be hustling. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about legally hustling, 9 to 5 YouTube. And I'm gonna get me about an hour of sleep before I have to get up and go to work again. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate all y'all. Y'all have a good evening. Blessings to you and yours. Like, share, subscribe. Oh, shout out to my girl Eve. There go my girl Eve. Shout out. I got to give my girl Eve a shout out, man. I got to give Eve a shout out, man. That's the fan right there. But shout out to the rest of y'all. I appreciate you guys. Like, share, comment to this video. I will be back this evening. Please subscribe to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel. Shout out to Nate Said It for the cash out. That's my girl right there. Follow me on Instagram though, and please DM me and let me know that you follow me so I can follow y'all back, man. Like, share, subscribe, comment, chill.